All right, it's 6 o'clock. Do we want to get started? Do you think I'm wrong? Checking the time like I don't know what time it is? I'm just messing with you. I know, I'm just teasing you. All right, welcome to tonight's work session. We'll call it to order, and then, do we take roll for this, or do we not take roll for this? Probably should, since we have a quorum. We don't need to, it's a work session, so fine, okay. All right, so, tonight I called this work session, I basically wanted to go through, since we have a new member, we'll have another one hopefully later tonight. But I wanted to get out there to the staff kind of what, as a group, our vision and goals are gonna be over the next year or two. And some maybe personal goals that we have that we'd like to accomplish, and then as a group, kind of what we want them to work on. So if anybody, I can start if you want to get kicked off, but a couple things that I know that Lane and I have talked about a little bit was the park across from the pool, something I'd like to look into as far as moving that back forward. It had gotten pretty far along a couple years ago, and then kind of died out the last 3 or 4 years. So that's something that, to me, it was the skate park, bike park over by the pool that Shift had worked on, and I think, you know, they kind of had some issues, so they were a little out of it for a while, and I don't know if they're back into it, but I think as a city we could pick it back up, and I know we have some volunteers who are willing to help with that. The other thing is there's committees, and I know I talked to Spencer about this, so maybe he can speak more to what we can and can't do, but with his mouth full of food. But committees, so if there's any committees that you'd like, I'd like to start a parks and trails one. It's not one of my specialties, but I think it's something that we need to try to attract, and if we can use some of the specialty citizens that we have out there that are willing to participate, I think it'd be nice. So maybe talk a little bit about what those committees can be, and then we can have other people that are interested in maybe having one or something. So.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, your bylaws allow you to create committees. And, you know, there's not really a clear picture on that. Candidly, your bylaws are fairly out of date, and that's something we'll probably be taking to you in the next year to revamp some of those. I think some of those rules are pretty antiquated. But, yeah, generally, if you all want to, you know, set out some committees, I would say no more than 2 city council members on there so that we make sure we're not creating a full council meeting on accident or running into Open Meetings, Open Records Act issues there. So 2 of you want to join, and you want to appoint maybe 1 or 2 members of the public who have some subject matter expertise onto that committee, and come back and do, you know, committee reports every month, or, you know, every 3 meetings, kind of what you guys are working on. That's totally fine. If you want it to be a short-lived committee of, we want a committee to look at this one specific park and get it beautified up, and in 6 months, we'll probably vote to disband that committee. Also permissible. They don't have to be in perpetuity. You can kind of have a limited run if you'd like that. So, yeah, you have
so
some
that's
there.
my thought, was that if you guys have something in particular, I know when we had Chip up here, he was very much into trails. So for him to be able to create a committee would have been nice. We didn't do that back then, but it would have been nice to do. If you guys have anything you're really passionate about and you want to do that, I just wanted to open that up so you knew that that was an option for something to help you do going forward. Outside of that, I mean, I think bringing up the bylaws, one thing that I'd like to clean up over the next, you know, year, we tried to work on the charter ordinances. There were some things that came out of that we realized, hey, we didn't actually touch on these pieces. And I know, PJ, you may have talked a little bit about that, but I even think looking at some of the planning commission stuff as far as what we want to do with the county positions, if we want to continue to have those, I was thinking maybe make them like dual positions where they could be city or county in that particular county. So there's just a lot of things like that I'd like to look at over time. We don't have to make any decisions tonight, but I'm just thinking of ideas that we can kind of give them to come back with, hey, you brought this up. So does anybody have anything that they'd like to talk about? Bring up? Ivan, I know you're new, so if there's anything there, but PJ?
Were you referring to some of the things we spoke about as far as voting and election ordinances and?
Yeah, so different ordinances that we had talked about over time. I can't remember exactly what you brought up.
So I had a couple discussion items. It's been a situation that's been brought up mostly. Brian Peel was a member or director over our Recs department, and there's a lot of issues with a lot of people regarding whether or not it was appropriate for him to be in that position based on him being the head of one taxing entity and then being a voting member on another taxing entity. So I wanted to kind of discuss that with everybody, see what their feelings were. I know that there are other municipalities that have very specific rules dictating who and who cannot be in a governing body position, and I thought maybe that was a topic that we could broach and discuss in further detail and see how people feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was something as far as we have a lot of tax entities that we cross paths with, being on two counties and, different entities out there. So I thought it was something to bring up. I didn't know if we had any power to talk about that or if that's just hey, it's a state thing. I mean, it's.
Sure. So, and I will tell you, I mean, Mr. Peel's situation specifically is something we did quite a bit of work on 4 years ago when our mayoral crisis, trying to determine, they call it compatibility of office.
Right.
So one person cannot hold two public offices that are incompatible with each other. I mean, obvious one would be you can't be the mayor and a city councilman. Typically, it turns on financial considerations. So with Mr. Peel, you'll notice he would always step out of the room and recuse himself for issues with the rec commission. We felt back 4 years ago that he couldn't serve as mayor because, one, we don't want the mayor recusing themselves from that situation, and two, the mayor, because of the financial, guidance that the mayor gives on situations and the overlapping taxing entities, the decisions the city makes for contributions to the rec commission, that was an incompatible office, and that was Chuck and I worked on that together and determined that was incompatible. So we did quite a bit of work. We tried to get the Attorney General to weigh in on that specific issue, and the Attorney General has the ability to say no thank you, and they exercised that right. There have been some opinions on actually rec commissions and city officials, so that was something we felt pretty comfortable with, of city council and rec commission were not incompatible. At the end of the day, it's up to individual members. As long as there's not a clear Attorney General opinion or statute says you can't do it, it's up to that person. At a later date, and we walked through this with Mr. Peel, if someone were to find that office incompatible, he understood that meant he would have lost his job at the rec commission. So that's typically how that works. If you have one office and you take an incompatible office later, you automatically lose that first one. There's a lot of folks around that have multiple public positions. So like in the UG, one of their county commissioners is also a state representative, Senator Tom Burrows. So yeah, and one in Olathe. So, I mean, and that's something that a lot of people, when they first hear about it, think, oh, that's odd. But because there's not a lot of overlap in directing those positions that at the state level and the municipal level, there's some fund transfer, but they're not bossing each other around, so to speak, to really dumb it down. So it's really a case by case. You guys, Councilman Delgado, you're new enough that you haven't heard me say it a lot. You guys are tired of me saying it depends and it's case by case, but it really is. That's a perfect example of there's a lot of state guidance on specific offices that are incompatible. So sometimes we can hit jackpot and say, oh, this has already been an issue back in 1974. Otherwise, I'm here to help you guys research that issue and kind of dig into it and give reports.
So essentially, it's the state's call on this as whether or not it is or is not appropriate, or is that a standard that we can set for ourselves as a municipality?
Typically, it's not the municipal standard of these offices are incompatible. If you all wanted to talk through the charter ordinance process and designate certain people as ineligible to serve on the city council, we could have that discussion. That's a fairly new thing for me. I don't know there's a lot of charter ordinance ability to do that. You all have the ability under the Kansas Constitution to charter in and out of certain state statutes. I don't know that the eligibility rules for a council member are necessarily that type of issue of what job they have outside of this is something we can legislate them out of, but we can continue looking at that if there's specific, here's the thing, I understand what you're trying to do and get out ahead of it, right? And that's good planning and that's what we're here for tonight. Certain things we can't get out ahead of because we can't over legislate down to minute details. Right. So, probably want to hit as we come, but if there's things, we're here tonight, if there's issues you wanted to talk about, specific positions we want to start looking forward to of saying what we want in eligibility rules, we can start talking about that.
Yeah. I think for me, my biggest concern is just there are those overlapping issues. At the end of the day, it falls on the individual to recuse themselves in those situations. And the more a person has to stand up and walk away because they've got a conflict of interest, the more it speaks to I think the public as a whole that they have a conflict of interest. And that's obviously something that we all want to avoid. We want things to be transparent. We want them to be So if that's something that we can start looking into to see what our options are legally, that I think that would be a good use of time. Just to make sure that we don't continue having these same situations. I think it's important that anybody who's sitting on this council is able to take my seat if I have to vacate it, and then take the mayor's seat if they have to vacate. I feel like that's a pretty clear-cut requirement for the job, is you have to be able to do the whole job and not just part of the job. So,
Yeah, I think that was, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Speaking about that, is there anything that we can do as far as limiting how many different positions that you can try to get elected for? This past election, we had a person that was running for 3 different positions. Is there anything that we can do to prevent that? Because that would have put us in a very interesting situation had it turned out a different way.
We probably can. I think we can look into that. You know, obviously this last election was unique in that most of the time you're not going to have 3 open types of position. There's either going to be just council or council and mayor. And we designed our charter ordinance for filling vacancies that there would only rarely be that extra 2-year seat. So we can go back and maybe tweak that 2-year seat and make it, if you're just going to run for that, you're just going to run for that. I'll look around and see. When we did our charter ordinance the last time, I looked at most of the area municipalities, and there aren't any necessarily limits on who's running for. You can only run for one of the 2. It's a fairly unique situation, so we can try to put that guide rail in, and I can come back to you all with some suggestions. Yeah. If no one else in the area is doing it, we can have that talk as well. There's nothing wrong with being the first or the leader on it, so we're happy to do that. Typically, you know, moving with the pack and some of those things has kind of been the safe harbor provision, just because there's some strength in numbers if you don't want to be too out in front on everything. Yeah. But happy to kind of put that together.
No, I think that was something I felt like I overlooked when that came through, because that individual and I had a conversation. He's like, yeah, they told me go for it. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess we never thought about multiple positions being available. So it can present issues by the end if somebody sweeps the board, so no, those are 2 things that I was kind of thinking. Anything else along those lines of charter ordinances and kind of
not at the moment anyway.
When it comes to the ineligibility part, when we had that initial conversation, I kind of thought anybody kind of in an administrative capacity within the overlapping municipalities, whether it be school district or whatever, that's where we'd have to, maybe look at like a superintendent, the head of the rec, the sheriff's department, the county somewhat, just because, there is kind of that overlap where things can get a little messy sometimes. So, no, I think those 2 things, if you can look into those and get back to us, I think that's going to be important. Mike, anything to add?
No, I mean, I think you guys have covered a lot. I mean, as far as the 2 council seats, can we combine those into one? So instead of, like this election, we had vote for 2 and then vote for 1. Could we do like a vote for 3 and then they'd spy vote on who gets the 4-year terms versus the 2-year terms? So it kind of eliminates that whole multiple seats for the same position.
Mm-hmm. You can. So we talked about that option. I think when we brought
that was one of the options that we had was, I think the concern that everybody at the time was that if somebody's putting their name in, for them to know that they're putting it in for a 2-year, rather than spending the time, effort, and money to run an election and only get a 2-year position. I didn't have a problem with that. I think some of the other folks up here at the time did. And so, I mean, going and changing it every time would be kind of weird, but I think that was the conversation we had back then, was separate it. That person that was appointed to that seat had to run in the 2 years, like PJ was forced to run in that one.
Right, yeah.
And so it was basically that the thought is that typically, as long as they're doing a pretty good job, they'll probably get reelected anyway. So let's make sure they're not going and taking a 4-year position. And now we have nobody in the 2-year. We got to reappoint again. So it's kind of staying away from that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Lane, Joseph, Nad.
Yeah, the other thing is the legislature right now is looking at different
the years. Yeah.
Yeah, potentially changing election years, and that could throw a little curveball at us. But we'll keep an eye on that and see how that impacts this. So they're looking to move everything to potentially partisan.
And even years.
And even years.
So even at the municipal level, people will be.
And school districts. So
okay,
we'll see how that plays out this cycle.
Yeah. Which will make it so that for us, the 27 election will have like 3-year positions because they're gonna reset kind of in 30.
Right.
So, but it'll line it up with the federal elections and stuff. So, I mean, I'm sure it's a good thing. I know when they switched us from the April to November, it was kind of a weird because everybody got like an extra 6 months on their term that time around. And that was only in like 15, I think. So, there's been some changes. I'm sure there'll be more. Obviously, we've made some changes, and I thought overall it worked well. I think we had the 2-year and the 2 4-year positions, and so we didn't get off track because that was the other big concern is just going with 3 straight positions, Mike, and then having a 4-year be now off track of
Yeah,
the group that it's supposed to be with. So that's kind of,
yeah,
it was kind of an awkward setup. I mean, just
yeah.
it's one of those deals. It's
Happen
never
very
perfect,
often.
but yeah, the part I didn't think about was, oh, now we have multiple positions for one person to run for, and
Yeah.
then if they win all 3 or 2, it could be. Now we're back into an appointing
Yeah.
situation. So.
The other thing you can consider on that is, you can legislate for cause or effect. So you can either say someone can only run for certain positions, or you can put in the alternative of if somebody wins multiple positions, here's what happens as you go to the next highest vote getter or something like that.
I mean, that would probably be our next best
Yeah,
bet
Yeah,
is
kind
so-
of like that.
change
you know,
how many they go for. But I mean, I don't know what's easier or cleaner. I guess would be the question to you.
Yeah, I'll go in there and start drafting it up and see which one has less words. The last thing I want to do is bring you guys a 4-page
Yeah,
charter
super
ordinance.
wordy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That contradicts itself like our old charter ordinance.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
because I spoke to the election office, because that was the first time that I was familiar with an individual running for multiple seats.
Yeah.
And they had told me that if the individual, let's say, for instance, if they would have won the position of mayor and a city council, then that individual can choose which position that they would want to serve. And then that other position is a vacancy then. It doesn't just go to the next.
Yeah,
vote
and so
getter.
that's what
So
he
I
was
just
saying,
want
that
you
we
to-
could change it possibly to that wording to where it goes to the next highest winner. But I don't know. I'd be more apt to say just stick with one position if we can word it that way. But
Yeah.
it would be whatever you guys, whatever the group as a whole kind of wants to do, if anything. But that's why we're here to kind of talk about that stuff. So, moving off that, maybe into more positive things. Growth-wise, is there anything that you want staff to focus on as far as sidewalk, streets? Any new? I know we did the golf cart thing last year, which was very happy for some people, very unhappy for others. So everybody has their opinions on them, but different things like that. Is there anything that's like an item that is important to you? I think Ivan had one even related to that.
The UTV one, I think we kind of missed the mark on that. People are going to cross 169 illegally, and they're going to do it like 183rd where there's no controlled intersection. I would like for us to take a look at it again and allow UTVs to cross at the intersections where there's a stoplight. So 199th, that's the safest place for them to cross. I think that will definitely help a lot of the people out in the county trying to come and get gas and do other businesses that they need to do here.
My initial response when Chief was talking about it was, oh no, that's probably not a good idea. But I've gotten quite a bit of feedback from people that are on the other side, and they're like, I used to go to the gas station all the time, and it wasn't. Now it's like specifically spelled out that I can't do it, and they're concerned about it. So I'm kind of up in the air on it. I don't really have a super strong opinion. I don't love 199th Street the way that it's built right now. I know 191st and 183rd will be built better when they're done. So I don't know, Chief, if you want to give any feedback on that in particular.
Okay, I don't know if I'm on or not.
No.
Maybe I can just talk loudly. That's true.
Can hear something.
There it is, it's on now. All right, great.
My opinion at this moment is that it's very dangerous for UTVs to cross 169 highway. You have vehicles traveling at 65 miles per hour. UTVs had substantially less protection than motor vehicles. And we already have crashes that occur at these controlled intersections already where sometimes there's injuries involved and substantial property damage to vehicles. So we can look into it. We can provide some statistics to you. But it's always been that you couldn't cross an interstate highway with a UTV, even though maybe people were doing so, unless you were doing agricultural work. There's always been an exception for farming and agricultural provisions. So right off the cuff, my opinion is that I'd be worried about increased accidents and injuries and maybe even fatalities.
Yeah, that was my initial concern too. I think if you even broach that subject, I think we do need to change probably, we gotta be more strict on who the drivers are, so probably 18 rather than 16-year-olds in that one. Where right now it's any licensed driver, unrestricted licensed driver. So, you know, it's almost like we're gonna have to govern more in one area and less in another, but I mean, what are your guys' opinions on it?
I tend to agree with Chief. He's our public safety expert when it comes to things like that. Vehicles that are not designed for a side impact, especially at high speed, crossing the highway, just saying yes to that, it's a hard sell for me.
And at the same time, I look at it, motorcycles aren't designed for a side impact.
Yeah.
They cross the road.
We don't have control of state law, though we have control of municipal codes.
Yeah, I mean, if they have to get across, I mean, there's always the 223rd. They can go to the bridge and get across. I know it's an inconvenience, but I mean, that is the safest place. Cause you're not really going over or through the highway, you're going over it. And maybe when we start addressing these other intersections, it may be a good idea to look at, you know, creating an overpass or something like that just for UTVs or pedestrians so they can get across to Victory or get across to Veterans Park or, you know, the golf course or things like that. And I think that may be something we could look at, and I think as kind of an alternative. But I do kind of agree with that, the safety of crossing highways. Just kind of makes me scared.
Yeah, my thought is as we add those other intersections in, maybe that's when we look at it, because I'm assuming speed limits are probably gonna have to change and things like that. So if that's the case and it's not 65 anymore, I'd probably change my mind a bit on it. Right now, like I said, I'm 50-50. I could, if everybody was for it, I'd probably be okay with it. But I have some of the same concerns, but I also struggle with telling people what they can and can't do. What is considered farm use? Because I know that was one of the people that messaged me about it, said they use it on their farm. They want to go fill it up at Quick Trip and go back, but it's not a farm vehicle. It's a side-by-side.
Yeah, I'd have to get, I don't know, Spencer may have to weigh in on that on the ordinance to see what, if going to the gas station to get fuel for a farm vehicle.
Just because there's nothing on the
Yeah,
other side to
yeah.
do that.
Usually, you know, the typical is moving from parcel of land to another parcel of land in the course of, you know, like you're pulling a hay baler or something, or you're spraying for weeds, those kind of things. I'm not saying it couldn't be legal to go across the highway to get gas. That would be something I'd have to do a little bit of research on and get back to you just to make sure that that wasn't outside the ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be the only thing but I mean, it's still unsafe, but at least it's not everybody. If we say, hey, it's for these particular, hard to manage that. You have to pull them over and figure out what it's for to do that, so you're still kind of hassling them a bit, but, okay. Well, that's, I think at this point, I would maybe get some statistics on it and just see what it's like around in neighboring cities. I think some of them still allow it. I don't think they have as big of a highway as we do, though. So I think it's more like 68 highway they're allowed to and things like that. So, although they go pretty dang fast on 68 highway, so you're still kind of running that issue. But okay.
Mayor, if I could just add one thing,
Yes.
I apologize. In the ordinances, when we were doing our research to bring this forward to you for approval, most of the cities, Lewisburg, Pensacola that allowed UTVs did have a restriction on driving them on or across an interstate.
Okay.
Lewisburg may be a little different, but
One of them allowed 68, but that's not interstates. That's
yeah,
or is it?
Yeah, and it's because obviously it runs right through the center
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
their city. So the ones that we looked at, there were some prohibitions against it, but I'll pull some stats and,
Okay,
and
cool.
give you some more information about it for the council.
Sounds good. Anything else on that? No? All right. Mike, do you have anything that, I know you've been up here for a while, and I'm sure there's some
Yeah.
things that you'd like to work on that we haven't talked about.
I mean, we've kind of touched on sidewalks and connectivity, and I think that just in the future, I love the idea of connecting Spring Hill. It seems like we have so many different pockets, whether it's, south of 223rd or north of 223rd, or even some of these outlying little, like almost pocket communities. I think connecting those into Spring Hill, whether it's through like events like First Friday, just having more of those type events, or even just connecting them with trails, sidewalks, walking paths. I mean, even just connecting the walking paths we do have, I think would be awesome. And that's kind of where I stand. I think a lot of that stuff, just connecting Spring Hill would be good.
I think connecting, and also for feedback I've gotten a lot of is that the trails we do have are pretty beat up. So, Jacob, I don't know what repairing those looks like or cost wise, or if it's a lot of them are, I don't know, Black Hawk is like, there's some that's like a ramp as you're going down it. So I don't know how hard it is to refigure those or
Patch.
patch, whatever it is.
Yeah.
We just don't want them to talk, do we?
All right. We've talked about this at the staff level. There's some things that we need to do to get better consistency. In the past subdivisions and the trails that go in, sometimes those are located in public easements. Sometimes they're not. So we run into issues where in some cases we have the legal ability to get on that property and perform maintenance, and some we don't. Another challenge that we have found, and this goes back to standards that were required or allowed in the past, and really anything less than a 10-foot wide trail is really, really difficult. 8 feet is fine to ride a bike and jog, but it doesn't work well to get paving equipment in. And so when to do that maintenance, to get a full-size dump truck and a lay-down paving machine, you really need at least 10 feet. Even that gets challenging if it's tree-lined on both sides. So those are some of the issues that we've run into, maintaining trails around the city. In some cases, we don't have the easement and the legal right to get on there. And in cases, even when we do, there's just physical limitations. There's not space to get the equipment in. So it was a lot easier. Those were built. There were no
when the house was
homes.
being built, yeah.
Yeah, it was easy. That thought about, all right, what are we going to do 20 years later to maintain it is what we're facing now.
Okay. That'd be something to find out more about and see what areas we can maybe address sooner than later.
Yeah.
Because we do have some, we'll talk about, hey, we have trails here, but then people are like, well, they're not really usable. So, and they are, but they're not for like bikes and things like that. So, or children or whatnot. So I would say that's something that we can look at, because I know the condos over by the highway, I think they kind of have the same issue. There's some real rough spots over there, where they have the barbed wire that we were dealing with for a while.
Yeah,
That one
that's
ends
one
in
that's
private too? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe identifying all those so that we know which ones are private, and then we can say, hey, let's maybe attack these ones that have the ability to be repaired and
even to start with just an informational meeting,
Yeah.
just if we can get that information together so we can talk to people and address people as we get it. Just here's a layout of the trails in city.
Yeah.
Here's what the city owns. Here's what's private. Here's what we can work on right now. Here's where we're having struggles. Like just to get a comprehensive breakdown, I think that would be really, really
It just,
valuable.
for the whole city, it would be nice. Yeah, that'd be great. I know at the sidewalk meeting, and I think Ivan was there, one gentleman brought up looking at trails through the backyard alleyways of kind of Old Town where we're looking at sidewalks, Jacob. Is that something we can look at too, to see what areas have the availability to do that?
Sure.
Yeah, because I thought that was a good idea. They
Yeah,
talked about
yeah.
kind of the north-south alleyways that have the easements to put like a trail in so that, because we're kind of addressing going east-west and through the neighborhood, but not north-south. So might be a nice, easier way to do that rather than trying to deal with sidewalks in that area is pretty rough. So
Yeah.
giving some additional areas to
that.
do that. Anything else on roads, sidewalks, trails?
No, I think as a whole, like we've been paying really close attention to those things over the
Yeah.
last couple of years, and then the last year as I've been here. So I think we've got a pretty solid roadmap as long as we keep pushing forward and we keep
Yeah.
showing progress. I think we're making good headway
Yeah,
on a lot of
and I
that.
just like staying specific on it too, so that we're like, hey, this area is, or whatnot, so that we're,
Absolutely.
and like you said, knowing, I think for us, knowing is half the battle, right? So knowing which ones are ours, which ones aren't, which ones can be worked on, which ones aren't, are gonna be very tough too, and things like that.
Yeah.
And then obviously always adding new, that's a hope too.
And if we're planning on adding new, maybe plan to just add 10 more feet and connect it to the next one.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that we can continue that route.
Yeah, and I know we have the grant that we're working on, and I think that's one thing we're looking at tonight, is, somebody to help with that, so, that'll be nice to hear about. We do have, I wanted to bring up IT and data, because I know we have somebody here that can answer, maybe help with those questions. Is there anything that you guys would like to see data-wise, or through this process that we're going through with this IT company that's gonna help us find how to make sure everything works together better? Like, what information would be helpful for everybody up here to be able to make decisions and or see how, things are processing or working through the system?
I think for me, those expertise are not things that I have. Having somebody providing those services is going to be valuable. Right now, I don't deal a lot with what the rest of the city employees deal with day in, day out on the computers and our different softwares, our different
Yeah.
programs. So
Well, I'm thinking more
I'm
like end information we'd like to have. So like, what do we wanna know? How many permits? Do we wanna know a certain way, or do we wanna know?
fair enough.
Is this area actually growing that we've approved, but, people say, hey, you approved this much, but actually nothing's moving over there. Like, how do we, I'm more wanting to see that kind of stuff, like, hey, we're working over here and we're planning on doing a big road project, but are we actually getting new housing there, or is it still kind of stalled out? And do maybe focus somewhere else? That's where, Robin, you can come up and answer, I guess.
Yeah.
If you want. Cause that's the kind of stuff I'm thinking is, like, when we did 199th, it was, hey, we have this big development that's wanting to come in. We approved everything, and now I think that gentleman passed away, and so we're kind of like, okay, well, how long is it gonna be? And we're doing this big road improvement. and
Right.
How long is it gonna be till that happens? So, and I know we have opportunities there, but I'm just thinking, and other areas, 207th, we have 3 corners that are talking about being worked on, and we need to do a big improvement there. So are things actually moving forward there? Do we really wanna go that route? So that's the kind of stuff I would probably wanna see. I don't know if that's possible or not, or what we need to see or what we don't need to see, but,
Well, and I'm talking to Lane's team in more detail on Monday, but really, almost anything's possible. We just need to identify where the information's at, which Chad's mentioning is true. It's not about IT, truthfully. There will be metrics on that. That's part of what we're doing in the first phase. But really, it's organizing what you guys need to measure, whether that be safety, growth, enterprise, commercial, just construction projects, certain projects, checking status on it. What we're putting in place allows you to have a view of that ready at your fingertips, not ask for special reports, so you can track progress as we go. So we're doing it for the departments, so everything they do on a daily basis, they'll have access to that, right, to manage their business. Just like you, that should probably roll up to some objectives
Yeah, whatever we get probably needs to be dumbed down quite a bit.
It would
We
be,
don't know the details,
it would
right?
be,
So-
actually.
I think there would also probably be a concern because as our relationship with the city employees is different than your relationship with the city employees, I think making sure that we're not letting
And there's
too
different
many,
levels of it, yeah.
too many hands into the pie can really.
Trust me, we will have that segregation. There's the stuff they need to work and there's the things that you guys need to measure. They can be completely separate and you don't. And everything has access control. But, you know, you guys do have, you do have objectives and goals.
Right.
So anything you, which I'd mentioned, need to see how you are tracking against those goals, those objectives. And it could just be project-based too.
Well, and really, yeah, for me, like when we asked Jacob to, hey, go find all the trails we have and what's ours and what's not, how do you make it easier on him? That's kind of what I would hope you could probably do too, is that kind of stuff too, is find them the information so that they can get to it quicker rather than spending a ton of time trying to find certain information.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
You're actually probably giving them a little bit of a preview to what they're gonna hear more on Monday.
Okay.
But the goal, or what we will accomplish, not the goal, is to give them the information they need and to manage their day-to-day business. Should you ask for that, it's already at their fingertips. You don't necessarily have access to it.
Right.
Because like you said, it's operational.
Yeah.
But that does and can roll up to a higher level view that you would care about, not necessarily certain areas, but it could just be the total number of parks, streets,
Yeah.
or drives. But that's
Those
exactly
are good
right.
talking points to have too. It's like, okay, well, we have this many miles of paved road.
Right.
That's the kind of stuff we probably need to know. So
Right.
that when somebody asks like, well, why didn't you do this? Well, we have this many miles of paved road. So we're having to try to figure out where money should be allocated. So that's the kind of information I'd probably want to see, is more high level, like this is how many paved roads, this is how many paved trails, this is how many unpaved trails, this is how much is private, this is how much is public. You know, these are the ones that we can work on, these are the ones we can't, when it comes to that kind of stuff. When it comes to budget, here's where increases need to happen because, and Rhonda works closely with you, so I'm sure she's gonna have probably the most robust one. But, you know, so that's where, for me, that's the kind of stuff, and she'll figure out what disseminates up to us probably, and then we can always dig in deeper if needed, but that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. I don't know if there's anything specific you guys were, I like how you were like, yeah, we don't wanna have too much
Right.
information, but we wanna have kind of overlap.
Even a just rudimentary progress reporting system
Yeah.
for us, just to say, hey, here are the things that we've talked about over the last 6 months. Here's where everybody's reporting on these, like completion of these projects, where we're at. Just even a basic information
Yeah.
level would be really useful to me, just to be able to track all the things that we talk about. You know, I check in regularly with Lane. I talk to Chad a lot, and we try to keep each other on track with things, but having something I can refer outside of calling them to bother them while they're trying to do their other things, I think any
Yeah.
level of reporting there would be awesome.
Agreed. And so, you will have, so what we're going to do, and we'll talk more about it next week, we're gonna start with the organizational and the departments and make sure they have what they need to, that helps them day to day run their business. From there, what we can do is then wrap it up into areas and tag areas that are specifically, that they feel are relevant to your guys's, to view, that they get asked a lot on.
Right.
So it kind of makes it easier all the way across. You're able to see it, but also helps them answer your questions, and it actually rolls up. So,
And then it gives us more areas that we say, actually, we want to do this too, and we can
Right.
add on to it. So.
yeah.
So is there a larger vision for integrating this into the website and making things easier to refer for just the general public? Is that a part of the plan?
It absolutely can be.
I would think so, like, you know, the whole, how many paved roads we have, how many,
Yeah.
where the budget is, that kind, I know we've already started doing some of that, but yeah, how do we make it even more, you know, robust on that?
Yeah, and to rain on a little bit of a parade, there's going to be some work feeling out what staff has in connectivity and things that are information data that's not public.
Yep.
Not that the city's trying to hide information from its residents and from interested parties, but there's preliminary reports that they need to have access to, that Rob's going to get connectivity and get all this together, and that you all might be able to see. And then we don't want that on the website quite yet, because
Yeah.
maybe it's a planned development that's not there yet. So there will be some phasing issues there that's probably going to slow this down.
Right.
That staff will have all their reports maybe before we have something for you all, maybe before there's
100%.
something for the.
No,
So yeah,
100%,
don't,
yeah.
if you're feeling there's delays and you're hearing that Lane and Rhonda have all this great info and you don't have it, that's probably me stopping that more than Rob, so I'll go ahead and step in front of that one.
No, and there's always, I mean, we have that already, right? We have things that are public and private information, so we have to make sure we're cognizant of that, but at the same time, I just wanted to make sure we all had anything that we were talking about that he knew from us too, because the staff obviously has exactly what they need or know what they need. But for us, we don't necessarily know what we are missing or need. So I think that initial report, whatever you guys decide for us, and then from there we can kind of, hey, we kind of want to dig in more here.
As
What
we
we can, maybe we can't.
Exactly, as we get to
Yeah.
the more situational examples. we
Yeah.
can be like, is this a thing
This is
or not?
exactly what the first phase will flesh out
Yeah.
through interview processes and questionnaires.
Yeah.
And to Spencer's point, what the good news is, we're not putting anything, everything's behind just as if it's your own email. Everything's only user-based, controlled, all the security around it.
Okay.
What we do end up with, though, is the structure that when we make a decision to put something on the internet, it's there. We have the opportunity to do that in a very structured way after Spencer approves, everyone approves. And then that just becomes another view into a segregated section of the data. So it's really easy. Once we get there, the hard part's getting there and organizing and really getting our feet wet. So, but there will be a fairly reasonably quick process, and within the next couple of months, you guys should have
Some
views,
information, yeah.
some information of what you need to see, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Love it.
I just wanted to touch base on that while we were here,
Yeah,
because I knew you came.
yep.
Anything, we're kind of running short on time, so is there anything else that's kind of, only thing else that I'll talk about is on February 5th, we're gonna be meeting with the Planning Commission. My thought is I want to give them some, some direction of what our vision is for the city too. Kind of what our roles are. I know some of us are still pretty new. And so, and we'll have a new one here shortly. So, hey, this is what city council kind of does. This is what planning commission does. This is what, really need you guys to look out for and what we need to look out for going forward. I know we're really cranking down on developers and doing development agreements and doing that kind of stuff, but what else are we putting in place to make sure that we're protecting ourselves from some of the previous developers that we've kind of like, oh, well, this happened and we don't want that to happen again. So think about those things before that meeting so that we can kind of have those to talk about. Is there any feedback from Lane or Rhonda or Allison? Anybody? Mike? Mike has probably everything to say. He's on his third day, I think. Yeah, so he's gonna tell everybody. But yeah, no, so I mean, I know that we're also gonna be talking about finalizing the comp plan. That's a big priority for me, so we're trying to get that done by June. And I've tasked Ian over there with that, and he's tackling it hard. So, he's like Chris Jones, just taking it out. But yeah, so we're trying to get that done by June, because that's something that's really lagged for a long time, and it was, I don't think anybody's fault in particular. I think we just kind of got a raw deal. And so trying to make sure that we get that done, because I think that's gonna make a big difference on how we move forward also, to make staff's life easier if they know what we've decided as far as future use and things like that. So, any opinions on that or thoughts?
I'm excited to see what they come up with. Obviously, as we get more information, I'll be able
Yeah.
to poke my finger
Yeah.
into it and see what feels right.
Anything from you, Rhonda?
If I get the chance.
I figured.
I think this has been really good tonight, as we, it's time to build a new budget. And so as we're doing this really helps with those priorities. When we get to budget time, we may talk more specifics under some of these different topics. I think it's important when you talk about IT and data, we're definitely taking some steps forward. We have some other steps to take. And what Rob is working on is helping us get to the next phase and the next phase. And you're gonna see some things coming up on the agenda for that. I want to give you an example of data. So for example, you would like to know the progress of projects. And Allison has been looking at for months for the right project management software for us. We don't really have a system in place. I'm guessing she has spreadsheets and a great memory and lots of things that she tracks with, but we'd like her to have a system. And then I sit in meetings with her with these vendors and I'm like, oh my God, how am I gonna get the data? How am I gonna get all this stuff out of the financial system over to her? Well, what Rob's working on for us will bring that full circle where we can say, hey, you go get the system you need and we'll feed it with data. I feel that way about asset management. Jacob has a new system. Are we feeding the right data to it besides what they do day in and day out? Does he have all the financial information that he wants? So I think you guys are taking some really great strategic steps forward in our IT structure, is the way I'll put that. And it's great timing to do that, is the way I'll put it. And I look forward to turning your thoughts here into a budget and a plan to get those things done. and
Well, I
help
think
these
at the
guys
end of
do
the
it.
day, everything runs through budget, you know, nothing can happen unless we have money for it, so knowing, hey, we can have all the priorities in the world, look at our CIP, but half, you know, majority of it's not funded, so how do we make sure we take what's most important to us and what we hear from the community and making sure those things are priority, so. Yeah, no, I mean, I like doing these, they're short and sweet, we don't get it doesn't feel like a whole lot, but they'll come back with all kinds of information and you'll be surprised at how much we get out of it, so. I think these are really beneficial to do, and if there's anything, when we come into these, I'm kind of, especially in this type where it's kind of open forum, come with whatever you guys got, I mean, it's, you know, I'd like to be as open and transparent as we can be.
I appreciate it, Mayor. These kind of meetings really, again, they help, the citizens see what we're working on and get to kind of look behind the curtain a little bit.
This is kind of what we do behind the scenes a little bit, but now it's nice because we can't all get together.
Right.
So it's nice when we can all get together and be like, oh, that's dumb, we're not doing that. When you can get down the road on something and everybody's like, no, we don't like that. So
Sure.
it's nice to hear if everybody's like, okay, that's fine, go ahead and move forward with it. So, well, just so we have a little bit of a break in between, I'm going to go ahead and look for somebody to, a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passes 3-0-0. We are adjourned. we'll call the meeting to order, and we're gonna start with our invocation by Chief Sutterby. Please stand.
Will you bow your heads and pray with me? Most holy God, we are thankful for your presence here tonight. I pray for the council, Lord, as they make decisions for the city, that you will give them wisdom and guide them in their decisions at what's best for the community, Lord. Thank you for the employees here who have prepared to answer questions, Lord, that we just pray that you would give them what they need to answer some of the questions that may be posed to them. And then we pray for the community, Lord, that you would just be with them, watch over them, keep them safe. And in your name, God, we pray. Amen.
Guys, please do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Throne,
Here.
Mrs. Feback, Mr. Grant,
Here.
Mr. Delgado.
Here.
Mayor, we do have a quorum present.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Feedback will be here soon, so do we need to do anything when she arrives, or since we have a quorum, we're okay?
So we have a quorum, so we can continue. When she arrives, we'll just announce that she is now present for the record. So
All righty, perfect, thank you. All right, next up is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any requested changes? If not, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, passes 3-0-0. Next, we'll move on to the city council vacancy appointment. So with my movement over to mayor, we have one position open, and we had 5 applicants. The applicants were John Reed, Rachel Jones, Kendra Crevier, and Travis Nace, along with James Savage. I interviewed everybody in person. I appreciate everybody applying and taking the time to come in to City Hall and interview with me. I went ahead and the person I'd like to appoint is James Savage. His name probably sounds familiar. He was on the ballot here in November, and that had a pretty good turnout. But after interviewing everyone, with his military past, he's a small business owner, his ideas for what he'd like to see with the city, I thought he'd be a great fit for that position. So with that, I'd like to appoint James Savage. I think we need to have a vote. Do we need a motion and a second for that? Or just a roll call vote?
yeah, just a roll call vote.
All right, would you please take the roll call vote?
Don't we have to have a discussion for it?
Oh, does anybody have any
No,
comments?
just
or-
to nominate. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, let me make sure. Is there any comments by anyone or questions?
Yeah, I'll say, this is one thing that I did not want to do is appoint anybody, but it makes me feel a lot better that James was on the ballot, so people did vote for him. And I've had the opportunity to meet James. He's got a similar background that I do, military background, good head on his shoulders. He's a father, he's a family man, so I think that he'll do a good job up here.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
No, Mayor.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll call?
Mr. Grant,
Yes.
Mr. Delgado,
Yes.
Mr. Throne.
Yes.
Mayor, nomination for James Savage to serve on the city council passes 3-0-0.
All right, thank you.
And
Would
I-
you like to bring him up to?
Sure, I have an oath. Hi, Mr. Savage. Hi, I'm Glenda Garrity. I'm the city clerk. And so you'll just raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Yes, ma'am.
I state your name.
I, James Savage,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution
and
of the State of Kansas,
faithfully discharge
the duties of city council member
the duties of city council member
for the city of Spring Hill, Kansas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. You can sign the oath. And do you go by James?
just real quick. Just let him take a quick picture with his family, just so they can leave if they don't want to.
Oh, because they'll want to do it here.
Want the boys up here? Sure. You guys want to come up? Yeah.
You'll be your stand-in for Thomas and Bristol.
Perfect. Thank you, congratulations. Help yourselves. Yeah, cookies and help yourself.
James, welcome. And again, I wanted to thank all of the applicants. Like I said, we had a lot of really good ones, and I know we'll have one here in the future, so I plan to move all of those applicants forward to the next go-around when we have the next opening on the council. Next thing up will
Does
be...
he get to say anything now, or just wait?
No, we're going to announcements report, so I'll just go through. So yeah, I'll let you say what you like during then. Next, we'll get into announcements and reports. This is something that we used to have at the end of the meeting. I wanted to move it up to the front so that anything that was discussed at the previous meeting could be addressed prior to citizen participation, so we kind of know what's happening. I don't necessarily have any announcements and reports today. Mr. Thrawn?
No report today.
Okay. Mr. Delgado?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. One is going to be for Jake and Lane. The Dayton Creek, I spoke to you, Jake, probably about 2 months ago about crosswalks or speed limit signs at the school. Were we able to do anything with that yet, or?
We haven't. We haven't got, those are not in place yet. The twofold, there's crosswalks for crosswalks near Dayton Creek Elementary, and then the school speed limit signs. We're trying to put those in place at the same time. And honestly, just in the wintertime, temperatures need to be up fairly warm for the pavement markings to go down. So as soon as we get warmer weather, we plan on doing both the crosswalks and the speed limit signs.
Perfect. And then the other question is, where are we at with the odor in Brookwood Farms?
We are still investigating. I'm in touch with several of the residents there, and we'll get notified when as that odor kind of comes and goes. I've found we've done a lot of research on the topic, but found a product. It's fairly new that the few people who have used it have expressed some good luck and good results. It's a device that goes in the manhole that helps to control odors emanating from that manhole. So the city of Olathe just got one that they've been using for about the last couple of months. So it's not inexpensive, but not cost prohibitive. So I think we're gonna give that a try and put one of those in the manhole there that seems to be the most common culprit, and see if we have any luck. But I honestly think, but I haven't been able to confirm this yet, but I think there are a couple of issues going on there. I think some of it's related to the sanitary sewer from a manhole. I think part of it also is some odor coming from the storm sewer system. The middle of February is when they've told us we should take delivery of the new flusher vacuum truck that council approved here late last year. That will go a long way, excuse me, to letting us clean not only the sanitary sewer lines, but those storm sewer lines. The storm sewer lines don't get constant flow. This isn't a great topic right after everyone ate, but the material, that gets washed into inlets and culverts through a storm, then sits there, and it doesn't have that constant flow. So it may, if we go 6 weeks between rains, that material's just sitting in there, getting stagnant, and all of those have openings to, every inlet and the end of a pipe, all goes, straight to the atmosphere. So as people are walking by, I think it smells like a sewer odor because that material has sat in there and gone stagnant, but, so I think there may be a couple of issues, and we intend to use the new equipment to clean both the storm sewer system and the sanitary, and I think that will have good luck as well.
Yeah, I think that's when we started that conversation was actually the stormwater was the biggest culprit of smell, like anywhere, but especially here, it's the stormwater because the water just sits in there. So I know the vac truck is something we've been waiting on because that's, I think we tackled Brookwood Farms first because that's been kind of a long-standing issue there.
I don't know if you guys ever smelt it, it's pretty bad.
I've been over there when it's going sometime.
What's the time frame for that lid for the sewer drain?
I don't know yet. We haven't purchased it yet, so I don't know what the lead time is. I've been in communication with folks with the city of Olathe to go over and take some of our staff over and kind of look at the system that they put in place. There's a little modification. It's not a one-size-fits-all. So there's some modifications that have to be done to make it fit, one manhole versus another. So trying to find a time, again, when the weather is more conducive to going over and looking at Olathe's installation and seeing how we can make that work for us. Want to get that done before we commit to that expense, but that's what the plan is.
Gotcha. And that's not something that you need approval from city council or to do, you can just do it on your own budget?
The dollar amount is within, staff's authority. I'm happy to bring it back to you if you would like to see it, but, we're talking about a $2,500 expenditure for one manhole. So it's certainly within the staff's authority to find the right product and order it.
Thank you.
Probably expedites it if they go through and do that. So, okay. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Mr. Savage, would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank everybody that voted for me in the election. I didn't lose by many votes. And I want to thank you guys that appointed me up here. And, my family, they're going to have to put up with me dealing with this. So I just want to thank everybody. And, I hope I do a good job.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Grant?
No report.
No report. All right. Lane, what do you got for us?
With the winter weather coming in this weekend, I just want to ask everybody in the community to be careful. Take a little bit extra time. We're going to have staff out there. It sounds like as soon as the snow gets to the depth of where we can have vehicles out there cleaning, I'm not going to steal Jacob's thunder on this, but it sounds like it's going to be off and on all weekend. It's going to be extremely cold, so people, everybody, please take their time, be safe, stay warm. And I also want to thank staff ahead of time, because this is going to be a long weekend for them, I think.
Yeah. Long weekend and Monday, I think, so. Yeah. It's gonna be anywhere from 1 to 18 inches from what I've heard, so we'll see. Yeah, 1 to 18, I've seen some that say 1 to 3 and some that say 12 to 18. I'm like, I don't know which one's gonna be us. All right, Mr. Lau.
No report.
Chief?
Okay, yeah, just to add on to that, we'll be putting something out on social media that when the snow gets to a point where it's unsafe for people to be sticking around for the police, that if they're involved in a non-injury accident, that they can walk that in at a later date. Obviously, we'll respond to emergencies, and obviously we'll be out there to help people, who are stuck and off the road and that kind of stuff, but try to keep our folks clear for emergency purposes. Another thing that's on the horizon is encryption of our South Zone radio channel. This is going to be done because of privacy issues for community members and for the sensitive information that gets put over the police radio. So in order to make sure that the community has the information that, about kind of what are we up to, what are we doing, there's obviously going to be links on our webpage for our call for service log. It'll be updated in real time, so you can go there. The link will be easy to get to, and it'll show you, not in specific addresses, but just kind of general areas, where we're at, what are we doing, just to have that transparency. And obviously, there's also the crime map that's on our webpage where citizens can go to look up, what's going on in their neighborhood or around the city, and they can stay up to date that way. So there will be ways for the community to know what's going on in the city.
I know there's.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know there's certain websites or Facebook pages and things like that that kind of do like the Crime Watch, where it says, hey, this is going on here. Are they still gonna have access to that, or are they kind of losing access to those?
Those Facebook pages will be available. They're run by private.
But I mean, are they still gonna have access to what's happening based off of just our website probably, rather than the
Correct.
radio calls? Okay.
Yeah, correct. And then just as another update for the council, the police department's in preparation along with other metro agencies for the World Cup that's coming. We will be dedicating and partnering with metro agencies who are all going to be staffing events to keep the community safe. And so I don't have any real specific updates for you at this point. Just I wanted you to know that we are planning and making sure that staffing is sufficient here in the city, as well as being able to partner with other agencies to do our portion to help with security.
Okay, cool. Mr. Mike, first meeting, third day on the job. Anything to say?
No formal report, but just wanted to let you know I've had a wonderful first week and a very warm welcome from everybody in the community, and I'm happy to be here and excited to be able to contribute moving
All
forward.
right, we're really excited to have you and look forward to all the things you do. Thanks. Ms. Abel.
Okay, in our next meeting, we've got a couple of exciting things that we're going to be presenting to you. So we put this out on a public notice, which went out in the Miami County paper. We will be hosting a public meeting in our next meeting on February 12th. In that meeting, we will be presenting our new wastewater treatment facility. I don't want to steal my own thunder with that presentation, but that public meeting will be giving you a general overview of where we've been, where we're at now, and where we want to be in the future. So we will have that presentation, and then have the public have an opportunity to ask questions and just get general information about the project. And then on February 26th, which is our regularly scheduled meeting, we will have a public hearing. That public hearing will go a little bit more into Rhonda's department with the financial side of things. How are we going to fund this? What is going to be the financial impact to the residents, the users, and all of that? So we will have both of those presentations coming up. The public notice has been released. So we'll have, great opportunity for everybody to do this. The reason we're doing this is we are applying for some SRF state revolving fund funds. This is a loan program through the state of Kansas to help us fund the project. It's a low interest loan, so it's better than any other bank loan or anything else that we can get out there. We're also preemptory doing this for WIFIA, and WIFIA stands for something, and I couldn't tell you exactly what it is.
Infrastructure.
Water infrastructure financing, something, or anyway, it's water infrastructure financing. And it's another loan program, and that is through the US EPA. And that helps communities just like ours with a little bit higher interest rate loan opportunity. We would still pay it back, but we would pay it back over a longer period of time. So again, we'll go through all of this stuff in the public meeting and the public hearing, but I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a heads up that we will be doing that in the next couple of meetings.
All right, sounds good. Ms. Rhonda.
I have no report.
Well, Glenda's flabbergasted over there.
I have been good at no report. Oh, really?
All right, go for it.
actually, Mayor, this is your report that we have the board appointments for, these are annual appointments that are in February, and that is out on the website, so if residents want to go out and look to submit their letter of interest for either the Planning Commission, Cemetery Board, or the Parks Advisory Board, those are out there, and those are being accepted until noon, February 6th, and then they will be forwarded to you for consideration. And,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what are the frequency of those? I know planning commission's monthly, parks and cemetery are quarterly or monthly also? As far as meeting?
Oh, the meetings, Planning Commission, I guess they're all once a month. And
Okay, so both of those are also
yes,
once a
yes.
month. Okay.
Cemetery Board is the first Tuesday, Planning Commission is the first Thursday, and then the Parks Board is like every other month on the third Monday? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought parks was at least every other month or quarterly.
Yes, they did, change that.
Okay.
And then I'll just, this week, the directors, we were able to present to the Chamber's Leadership Group, and that was a really good event, and it was nice to be involved with their leadership program for the group of individuals that are in the leadership. And I believe Jenna is from the city, and I don't know if we have, oh, and Mike.
Chief's in there too, I think.
And, oh, Chief's in there? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, those are the individuals from the city involved. That's all I got.
All right. Yeah, no, and that was really good. I think it was that on Tuesday or Wednesday we did that? Wednesday. And then we had the sidewalk meeting on Tuesday night, which was really good too. So it's been busy up here this week. A lot of HOA meetings too. We were walking through almost every room had an HOA meeting in it. Mona Keisha?
No report.
No report. Do we want to go back to Kristen first, go to Jacob? Because Jacob's going to take all night. Kristen, do you have any announcements or reports you'd like to go over?
Not right.
We do it now. We're not doing it at the end.
Oh, well, not yet. I usually have that after the meeting, so. Not right now.
Okay. Jacob, what do you got for us?
That long. Besides the sidewalk meeting that you've already mentioned, and as Lane kind of teed up for me, we've been watching the weather forecast, and we're prepared. We've got equipment prepared, and we'll actually. So when we go to snow removal operations, because of our limited staffing numbers, we go to do 24-hour operations. We do 2 12-hour shifts. That's half of our staff working days, half working nights. It takes about a day to transition into that. So we will begin snow operations at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. So in order to do that, our staff that will be on tomorrow night will not report tomorrow morning at their regular time. So that's kind of the process of beginning to roll into that. And we'll begin with pre-treatment, and then as Lane said, we usually need about 2 inches of snow on the roads to really make it worthwhile to get out there and begin moving it. And we will clear snow until we have all of the roads completed, and that will depend on. Right now, this forecast looks like it's going to be a pretty dry, fluffy snow, which makes it easy to push, but it also makes it really easy for the wind to blow around. So we'll be clearing the same snow off the road half a dozen times through the weekend. Anything, I know it, especially when we get a significant snowfall event, it's a lot of fun to go out and get around and see what the community looks like. I would urge folks, if you don't need to be out, please stay home. It makes it much easier on our staff to clear the roadways if there is not a lot of traffic. Lets us keep moving and can be both safer and more effective in clearing snow.
Well, that, and if you have the ability to park in your driveways, I think that's a big piece too.
Absolutely.
I know the streets that have no cars the streets have no cars in the street have a huge difference compared to the ones that have a bunch of cars you got to go around. But I know sometimes you have to, but
sure,
if you have the ability, I know all my kids stack their cars up and it's a nightmare, but we try to do our best. All right, so we'll move on to citizen participation. This is the time for citizens to come up and talk about anything they'd like to. We only had one person sign up, and that was Susan Johnson, so please come on up. And just state your name and address, please, for city clerk. If I think I said it right.
Susan Johnson.
Yeah, you have an easy name, so we're
305 South Madison Street. And I just want to say, first of all, we love living here. We've been here since 2020. We moved here from Olathe. So we're just down the street. And I apologize if I missed public forum on the sidewalks. I don't know if I did.
No,
or
we had a
not.
meeting Tuesday night, but
Oh,
yeah, no, it's no problem.
I don't remember all of the sidewalks that are going in this year. That I saw the map, but one of them is right across the street from us on Madison, and then on South Street, and we think that's great. Although my experience, I guess, is on Spring Street, around the corner from us. South Street just seems more urgent to me, but I don't know the criteria. I'm not involved. I don't know all that. I just know I see a lot of walkers, kids and walkers and stuff and it's really narrow. And I meet a lot of school buses and big trucks. And I drive a Ram truck, and I have to kind of.
Yeah, get to the middle.
I don't know what the criteria was, but my input would be I would like to see that go in first if possible. That's all I wanted.
And we can speak to it a little bit, because I know there was a couple folks that weren't there, but Jacob, maybe, because that was a big talking point on Tuesday night, so
Yeah.
Jacob could probably reference it a little bit of what we.
Especially when the sun is just right coming down when you're trying to drive east or west, and there's kids walking, and it just, I try to avoid it. I don't go there. And then unrelated, I guess, is I've reported it before on Madison Street. I guess I'm a little protective of our tar and chip, and I love hers. We use them for our equipment, but when they get a delivery, those semis use Madison Street. And I feel like they're too heavy to be on my street, but I'm not a engineer. I wish they would do
that's
that.
a tough one.
So anyway, I've reported it on the portal before, and
Okay.
I don't want to walk over there and tell them to not do it. But they're probably listening to me now. But anyway, that's it.
But yeah, I mean, Jacob, if you want to I want to at least address that, because I thought it was a good segue, because we talked about it Tuesday night, but the main reason we looked at Spring rather than South Street as far as the sidewalks go.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right. So the primary reason we completely recognize and agree that South Street needs sidewalks as well. The additional work, there's a lot of work that needs to go into South Street in order to allow sidewalks to go in. That will take a lot more time and a lot more money to do that. So while we aren't saying no to South Street, there were some other streets that were set up that was just more favorable to be able to get that sidewalk in sooner rather than have to wait for all of those other pieces to come into the fold. So that's why we really honed in on Spring Street. It parallels South Street, so just one block away, and we can do that much more easily, get that in, and hopefully pedestrians will see that as an alternative that may be walking in the street on South Street today. Once there are sidewalks along Spring, that will give them an alternative route while we continue to work and plan toward the installation on South Street.
And I think roughly the difference is, like, we gave about a $400,000 budget is what we've budgeted over the last 2 years. And I think to do South Street the right way, it's probably closer to 46 million.
Yeah.
So it's, it's not a permanent fix, but it's a fix that maybe we can work with the school district to reroute kids that way, so to keep them off South Street the best we can. We can't force anybody to do anything, but we can do our best to try to, that was kind of our thought process behind that. But that's where the numbers come into play, and it makes it kind of tough. But yeah, thank you for coming. And then I would say, I don't know if we can address the Madison Street at some point, or maybe next meeting. I'm guessing direct access to a business, we can't really control how they get there. If they were coming to go through the town, it's different, but when they're going to a direct business, it's kind of a crummy deal. They kind of can just go wherever they need to get there, what they see fit to need to get there. Nobody else signed up, but if you'd like to come on up, feel free, and name and address, please.
I get tired of signing up.
Yeah.
Bill Peterman, 19431 West 200th Street. I like hearing about the sidewalks. For the last 12 years, I just will get it done the first day, our first meeting. Everybody, when I moved here 12, 13 years ago, kept telling me Mayberry. This is Mayberry. Well, Opie walked to school on a sidewalk. Remember that. I've said that for 12 years, so. My big thing is, now possibly, is there a way that we can pour concrete or have concrete or asphalt on the side, right, and paint a line, an 8-inch line, where they're not in the street, but they do have a sidewalk?
That's what
Possibility.
basically we're doing on Spring is kind of.
Okay, well, that's a great idea. I think yeah, at least you're getting something that's there.
Yeah.
Trying to think of all the things I wanted to say. I want to thank the chief for getting the signs up and going 30 mile an hour down Main Street. Now, we've slowed people down coming to our town to maybe have to see something. Now, let's figure out something that can bring them into town and stay for a little bit. I brought up to somebody here a while back about, have you ever seen the angel wings that they put downtown Kansas City, Missouri? On the back sides of some buildings and stuff. Kind of like maybe if we was out by the barber shop, on the one side we could have some angel wings. Don't need a bunch of them. Just maybe one set for people this tall and maybe one set for people this tall. People will come and take pictures of their kids and them with those angel wings. Now, how do we pay for it? I don't know. We find some deal, maybe we get some kids from the high school to do the artist work. Maybe we find somebody that is an artist and wants to do that kind of stuff. But we got to get them to stay here for a minute. The other thing is, that book that I've talked about for 900 years about getting.
I thought you forgot.
No, I don't forget. Hell, I remember Pearl Harbor and I wasn't even born then. We need to take not just that book, let's just take a couple pages. There's a couple business people in here. You wouldn't mind having a stack of maybe some cards or some papers, regular sheet of typing paper that's got, this is Spring Hill, Kansas. And our cemetery, we have the oldest female, or the first female doctor west of the Mississippi buried. Well, John Brown's, her son was the lieutenant or whatever. He got killed by Contrail's raiders. Things like that. At one time when we didn't have a sheriff or a marshal or whatever here in town, there was 4 people picked. And they each had a rifle. That's why they was picked. And when 2 guys from Olathe came to Spring Hill to rob the bank, the 4 guys got together and chased him. And they shot the one, and then they had to go around looking for the other one. He was up in a tree. Well, they shot him out of the tree. So, I mean, just things like that. I mean, it's interesting. It's entertaining, but it's educational. Let's educate people coming to Spring Hill. Well, hell, I want to go there again. The wing thing, I swear to God, it works. Because it sucked me into Kansas City, Missouri. My wife had to go and take a picture of the granddaughter with one of those wings. So let's think about something that brings people to town and builds our town up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. No, it kind of started last year with Rhonda doing the first Fridays or helping with that. So I think as we expand on those things, and I think Pops may have something similar to that. So we need to, however we can highlight these things, I think are good. I think that's a good idea. So thanks, Bill. He always has good ideas. Comes up and talks. All right. Anyone else that would like to come up and talk? All right. We'll move on to the consent agenda. If there's any questions or comments, if not, we'll entertain a motion to approve that.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda passes 5-0-0. Now we'll move on to formal council action. First up is consider ordinance number 2026-01, Spring Hill Municipal Code, Chapter 13, Section 13-101, Sewer Rules and Regulations, First Edition, 2026.
Good evening. Some exciting business. That's your first formal item tonight. But the sewer regulations do exactly what that says. They are the rules and the regulations that we use to operate the sewer utility. We do follow them closely because that's how the system works, if you will. We have not updated them since 2021. It is a project that Jacob and I have been working on for several months, and Ashley before this worked on them for quite a while, so we're starting to see those things come to fruition. I'd like tonight just to update one section that I need for the billing and rates, and that's Article number 3, and it's about, and one added definition that we need in Article number 3 are the things that we're updating. I should have a presentation there. If not, I'll just keep talking. Oh, you know why? Microsoft didn't work this afternoon, so that's okay. I happen to have an old-fashioned printed copy, and that will work just fine. So the key change that we're making here is around the billing date. In the current regulations, it's exactly the 15th of the month. No exceptions, no changes, no holidays, no weekends. It's the 15th. We would like to change that to say the date on your bill. So that way we can work around weekends or holidays that when the 15th falls on those days. In 2026, the 15th will fall on a weekend 4 times. And so we would like to err to the side of the customer and give them that Monday as their due date. So it gives them a couple extra days to pay on time. That's a real key thing to us so that we can control the due date instead of being rigid to be exactly on the 15th. We're going to change some language in here to be consistent with other documents. An example is throughout this, we say treatment works, treatment works, treatment works, and our terminology is wastewater treatment plant, some things like that. I'm changing this one to say penalty as opposed to delayed payment charges, some things like that, and then we'll update the fee schedule and things like that to get everything matched up to terms that we actually use. It also references the comprehensive fee schedule, which is something we adopted last year, and it changes the references there to reference the comprehensive fee schedule. And then it removes a couple of procedures that can't be easily maintained. And a simple example of that is it requires a 2-year rate review when we actually do that every year. Sometimes more than once a year, depending on the environment. Another one is around the procedure or the policy for credit, for our credit enforcement, for our collections procedures. So those are the big highlights of what Article 3 would change. It also includes a definition in the early part to talk about what being in default means. We think, and when you do these policies, you have to define terms that people may not know. Default means that you either haven't followed the regulation or you haven't paid your bill. And so we're adding default so we understand what we're giving penalties for and things like that, or procedures for collection. Can I answer any questions about the policy? Then I've got another topic around this to talk about. I'd be happy to talk about the policy. It's pretty straightforward.
It just seems like a lot of verbiage changes.
Right.
I'm always going to ask questions when we talk about rate reviews.
Okay.
'Cause I think some people hear that and think that you're only supposed to be changing my rates every 2 years. Just to be clear that the current ordinance doesn't read that we only review rates every 2 years and make any adjustments at that time. That's a thing that we have the constant authority and it's good practice to do as a whole.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why we want to get it.
Just remove so it's,
Yep,
it's there so
exactly.
we can review as necessary without those extra words.
You bet. Another piece to this that I want to tell you about is, and some of you may not know, but there's a drop box in our back parking lot, and you can drive by and toss your, well, don't toss it, but put your payment in the drop box. We'd like to change the procedures to match more what people are accustomed to seeing, that if you put it in that box after 3 o'clock, that'll be on tomorrow's business. Right now, we take everything overnight and everything and try to get it in as early as possible the next day. We'd like to take some of that burden off of our processes, do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, process everything that's in the box, and start over again. and the sign that we would put out there, it would say, if you're trying to put it in on the due date and it's after 3 o'clock, you should go inside because you could get a penalty. We will work with people to get used to the new way of doing things when the time comes, but that helps us internally process payments easier and not be so pressured to make sure we get everything in at certain times so that people don't get penalties when they shouldn't have and some things like that.
I think that's fair, as long as we give probably like a 60-day,
Right.
maybe 2 months, like, well, not even that, put the sign up, because once they have the sign on there, I think if they see it twice, they should know. But give them a couple months grace to, if
Yep.
they put it in there after.
That would be our plan.
Yeah.
And we also would use social media and the website and things in a positive way to say, hey, watch out for this change and that kind of thing.
I'd venture to say a lot of people using the Dropbox maybe don't use social media too. And so that's where, having the actual sticker on there, I think is real important.
Right.
Which I like.
Right now,
I like the
we don't have any
option to
stickers.
still come inside would be
Right.
nice.
Absolutely. If you're coming in the evening, of course, it's different, but,
I mean, could we include something maybe with their bill? You know, 'cause
Yes.
they're currently
Yeah.
getting a bill.
Yep.
And just
And-
include something in there so that they get their
Right.
bill, they notice, hey,
yep.
times have changed.
We have messaging on the, kind of the bottom third of the bill,
Okay.
and we'll put that there. There's newsletters and different things we can use, for customers. The box today doesn't have a sign on it, so it's kind of easy. Whatever you put in there, we get it done the next day and makes it kind of simple, but this will be a little bit of a change management that we need to work with customers on, and we'll be flexible and reasonable. Just to give you an example, probably most days overnight, there's a few checks. I'm gonna say less than 10, less than 5. When the due date hits on a weekend, recently a weekend, we had 100.
Oh, wow.
So we're trying to get 100 payments in by 9 o'clock on Monday morning so we can do the next step in the process. And so this change helps us be better at things like that.
Well, one, changing it to Mondays, and then two,
Right. Exactly.
the sign on there. No, I think that's, all sounds fair to me,
Yeah.
I think.
Great. Any other questions or discussion you'd like to have?
All right, with that, we'll entertain a motion.
This is the one that you can shorten up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I move to approve ordinance 2026-01 as written in the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh,
It's an ordinance.
Ordinance, we should.
Ordinance roll.
Oh, is this a roll call?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
About that.
I'm still new.
Okay. Mr. Throne,
Yes.
Mrs. Feedback? Yes. Mr. Grant?
Yes.
Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Mr. Savage?
Yes.
Mayor, ordinance 2026-01 passes, 500. Is the mayor, should I get him to vote too? No, this is just council, okay. Sorry,
See,
500.
not just me, I'm new.
You're throwing us all off.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's my turn to throw everybody else off. There we go. All right, we'll move on to number 7. Consider ordinance number 2026-02, Spring Hill Municipal Code, Chapter 18, Section 18.101. And the rest is on there. What do you got for us, Alice?
Okay, so we're changing codes all over the place tonight.
Yeah.
The next item before you is a request. It's a small request to change the municipal code relative to our stormwater criteria. So the Kansas City Metro chapter of the American Public Works Association has a great guide that will that outlines all of the technical specifications, the design criteria relative to stormwater design. This was adopted, the previous version was adopted in December of 2010, and it's been something that we've been using ever since. In December of 2025, the APWA update, they had a whole process of updating their stormwater standards, section 5600. They hired a consultant, they worked with Mid-America Regional Council, they developed a great guide for stormwater. We want to take some time to comb through the standards, the specifications, make sure that it's a good fit for our community. We are used to using the 2010 version, and we are recommending continuing that until we've had an opportunity to, again, make sure that this is a good fit. In other communities that I've worked for, we have done a technical document that gives exceptions to different areas of the code to require concrete pipe and not allow metal pipe. There's other things like that that might be a little bit more palatable for the community. So honestly, I'm waiting on Overland Park, Olathe, Lenexa, and some of the other communities in Johnson County to go through the process of figuring out the new standards and making it fit their community. And then I'm going to look at what they do and copy and paste. The other thing that is going on, Johnson County Stormwater is going to be engaging a consultant to thoroughly review these new standards and specifications, to do an economic analysis on it, to see what kind of impact it's going to have on development, on public works maintenance. This is something that's going to affect not only the infrastructure and new developments, but it's also going to affect our roadway construction as well. So again, staff's just looking for a little bit of time, a little bit of grace to make sure that we develop a technical standard that fits our criteria. So that requires a small change in our municipal code to our current code reflects the latest version of the APWA standards. So we want to dial that back to the December 15th, 2010 adopted standards, just so that we are still in compliant with some of our recent reviews and some of our projects moving forward. And we'll come back before you with those recommendations in the future whenever we've had Jacob and I have had a chance to thoroughly review that. We might try to get some feedback from some of our on-call consultants who are working in other communities, just to see what other people in the metro area are doing. With that, staff recommends the approval of the updated ordinance. I am available if you have any questions.
Changing these as they're written now to go back to this 2010 standard, is that going to affect any projects that we currently have? It's not gonna make anyone either out of compliance or help them be in compliance where they weren't to begin with?
I believe the standards were approved on December 10th of 2025.
Okay.
We have not approved any subdivision projects in the last month.
Okay.
So we do have a couple that are ready for approval, so I was kind of waiting on this
Right.
action to occur just to make sure that we were in compliance.
Sounds good.
What's the timeline on the review of the updated codes to see what we want to use and what not use?
I'm not sure what the timeline is for the Johnson County Economic Study that they're performing. I know they were waiting on the new standards to be adopted. They're going to engage a consultant. That's probably going to take some time. I'll check with some of the neighboring communities to see what their process is going to be, but it's usually a pretty detailed
Pretty long
process.
detail,
It's a long manual. It's a pretty thick manual to go through, so.
I know we were kind of trying to use the other cities to do some of the work for us, so we don't have to dedicate so much of our smaller staff's time to it. So definitely think it's important that we keep up on this. I like that we're getting back in line at least with what we have, but I would definitely say at least updates of, oh, this is over the next 6 to 12 months of, this is what we've heard so far, we're still waiting to hear, just to stay on top of it would be nice.
I'm hopeful to have this updated within the next 12 months, but
Okay.
I can provide you with updates as, we've got them.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance number 2026-02 as written in tonight's agenda.
Second.
We're going with another roll call on this one. All right, Madam Clerk.
Mrs. Feback?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Mr. Savage?
Yes.
Mr. Throne?
Yes.
Mayor, 2026-02 passes 500.
Thank you very much. Next one up, we've got Miss Allison Abel again. Are you gonna take over again tonight?
I usually do.
All right, consider approval of task order number 3 with Caw Valley Engineering to provide construction materials testing services for for the 199th Street roadway improvements from Ridgeview to Renner.
Okay, the next item before you is a request to approve a task order. Back in January of 2025, the city went through a pretty exhaustive process to hire engineers, architects on an on-call basis so that whenever things like this come up, we can quickly engage them and get them under contract and get them out there working instead of taking time to go through a qualifications process and start a project 8 weeks later. So this has been something that we've implemented since January of 2025, and we've successfully hired a lot of engineers working on some of these smaller projects that are within staff's authority. So as you know, 199th Street is currently under construction. They've been doing a lot of great work on relocating the storm sewer along that section. They're getting ready to get into the meat and potatoes here once, well, weather permitting after the snowstorm. Hopefully they'll be able to get some work started in early spring on some of the concrete and asphalt that is necessary for the project. To be in compliance with our standards, we do have testing frequencies. So we're going to go out and take a sample of the concrete and the asphalt and make sure that it meets the testing requirements. They're going to do strength testing. They're going to make sure that everything is within the standards that we have written. In order to do that, we have to hire a third party to perform these inspections. The Call Valley Engineering is one of the engineering consultants that we've hired. We've used Call Valley a couple of different times on construction testing. They're very familiar with city staff. Staff is familiar with their testing professionals. They know our testing frequency. They just know. They know us. They know what we need. So having them under contract for this is very helpful for staff. We can call them up whenever we are getting ready to pour concrete. They'll be out there with it and they can schedule it within a 24-hour notice. So having a task order, we've taken the opportunity to figure out what, based on the size of the project, what our estimation is for the number of tests that would be required and such. So this is an estimate. We'll try to stay within this, but if there are times that we're gonna need some additional testing or pull an extra cylinder for concrete, we might go outside of this. I'll be back before you to let you know if we do exceed this budget. I did include in the staff report the initial estimate for the project as well as our actual costs to date. So we are still well within, we're $1.7 million under budget with this project. So we've got project budget available to fund this. The total estimated cost for the construction materials testing for the 199th Street project is $57,000. Again, this is just an estimate just to get us going and get us started. Hopefully we'll be under budget with that, like we've been with some of the other things on this project. And with that, staff recommends the approval of a task order with Call Valley to do construction materials testing on 199th Street. I am available if you have any questions.
Didn't you initially, wasn't it 133,000?
It was, the initial estimate that was put on this project was $133,000. I had BHC, who is our on-site construction inspector. They also took a look at the proposal from Call Valley. They thought everything was in line with this. So if we do go over a little bit,
You have that cushion.
we have enough cushion to make this work.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
What kind of criteria would lead to us having to do multiple tests once we've already collected all that information from the initial testing?
So the way our testing frequency goes is it depends on, how much work they do in a single day. How many linear feet of curb is laid in a single day. They may have to do multiple tests throughout the day to make sure that that concrete is in compliant. What they typically do is they take 5 cylinders so that they can do various testing for an early break, which could be like a three-day break, 7-day break, up to a 28-day break. Sometimes they'll take an extra cylinder if there is a concern that the concrete isn't performing well, so that they can do a later break to see If the concrete doesn't get strength within 28 days, they can do a later break to see if eventually it does gain strength. Depending on how much they do in a single day, they may have to come back and get additional samples of curb if they have remaining curb the next day they hadn't planned on doing it. So it just depends on how efficient the contractor is and the time, how much they do in a single day and if it spills over into another day.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Any other questions or comments? I know with this, staff's done a really good job of getting all of these numbers down outside of the utility adjustments.
We're not going to talk about that.
But we were able to have one kind of large outlier and still be very, very far under budget. So this is going good. And I think with this, obviously it may have a little bit of an increase, but I think overall it's still a really good number for what we kind of anticipated. So I'm happy with it.
Good job.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve task order number 3 with Call Valley Engineering as noted in the agenda tonight.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0-0. Moving on to the next, number 9 here. Consider approval of task order number 11 with Lamper Nearson for the survey services for the sidewalk improvement project.
I'm still here.
Still you.
It's still me. The next item before you is a request to approve a task order with Lamprey Nearson. We've talked a little bit already tonight about the sidewalk program that we have planned. The first phase of that program is to do a few sidewalks in some, what I like to refer to them as ready-made areas. They're areas that are great areas that already have curb and gutter. We just need to put a sidewalk in. But in order to do that, we need to engage a contractor, and in order to do that, we have to have some construction drawings. So staff is moving this forward. The first step is for us to hire a surveyor to survey some of those areas that we are putting sidewalk in so that we can go from property line to the street, figure out exactly where those property lines are, figure out where the utilities are, what the grades are, if there are any other obstructions that might be in our way, landscaping, utility poles, that kind of thing. So we've engaged Lamprey Nearson. They've done a lot of survey work for us since 2019, whenever they started with us as an on-call engineer. They've done several of the projects for us on the survey side. They recently helped us out with the citywide survey, surveying the city boundary. So very confident in their survey capabilities, and they are one of our on-calls from the January 2025 list of projects. So we reached out to them, gave them our list of projects, the segments of sidewalk that we wanted to get surveyed, and they provided us with a cost estimate. So that's pretty much it. The staff recommends the approval of task order 11 with Lamprey Nearson for the sidewalk improvement program so that we can start working on phase 1 so that we can get that done here relatively soon.
So that's 10,000, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then, so we allocated 400,000, and then when I was talking with Lane, we actually have 430, so that 10,000 would come out of that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what they're.
He says yes.
Like here you guys have, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand it. I don't have any questions, thank you.
And this does not include the Spring Street portion, just for Harrison and Madison?
This is the phase 1, so it's just going to be that initial spring of 2026 program, and then we'll have a separate the fall program will be separate.
Okay.
That's going to require a heavier lift,
Yeah, quite a bit
hiring
more.
an engineer to help us figure out what to do with those ditch-lined streets, moving all the utilities. That it might even require some property acquisition.
Okay.
So yeah, that's going to be a whole project within itself. So we're recommending hiring an engineering firm to not only survey this, but probably do the utility coordination, the property acquisition, as well as the design in putting together the bid docs. A lot of the stuff for phase one, staff felt like we've got the capability to do this. I'm kind of looking forward to doing this.
Yeah, I think it'll be good to get something going right away. And, you know, we have the rest on the docket, so.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. Any other questions, comments? No. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve task order number 11 for Lamprey and Yerson for the survey services for the sidewalk improvements project.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. Was that James that seconded? Okay. All right. You're not moving, so that means you're up again.
I'm not moving for a little while, just to warn you.
Consider approval of conceptual plan for 223rd Street Improvement Project.
Okay. So we had this as a discussion item in our last meeting. The city engaged HDR to help us figure out what to do at these two key intersections along 223rd Street. Jay Aber and Taylor McHenry, they provided a great presentation of all the great things that went into the report. I'm not going to go through all of that. That report is included in your packet. The two key takeaways, at least for me, is we wanted to have a master plan for these intersections. This area just north of 223rd Street is ripe for development. There's a lot of great things that could happen there for the benefit of the community, but there are a lot of great things that need to happen with these intersections too. So we wanted to go ahead and get a master plan put together for the roadway network in this area so that as development comes in, we will have a footprint that we can go off of, and as final plats get approved, we will know exactly where sidewalks going to go. We'll know exactly what easements we need, what right-of-way we need, and such. So having this adopted by City Council will help, that'll have great strides as Mike and I start negotiating with some of these developers on the great things that are going to happen in this area of the city. So the intersection in front of you right now is the Harrison-Webster 223rd Street intersection. Due to the proximity of this intersection to Highway 169, very limited things that we can do in this area. So whenever we went through our SS4A Safe Streets for All program last year, one of the safety countermeasures that was outlined in our comprehensive safety action plan was the strategic use of roundabouts. Roundabouts are a safer intersection because it eliminates the T collisions that you're seeing, and those are sometimes the worst kinds of collisions. Having the roundabouts in the community, a lot of people questioned whether 199th Street would work as a roundabout. Those same people, whenever we had our public meeting, I think we had about 78 people come to the public meeting that we had back in October, I believe. Those same people that didn't want the 199th Street roundabouts, they're the ones singing the praises right now. So these work. We have had some comments from some of the farming community with concerns that their equipment might not be able to go through these intersections. We will work directly with Farm Bureau and some of the local farmers so that whenever we do get to the design phase of this, we can take that feedback into account. Maybe have a lower profile curb so that the wheels can go directly over this area. Maybe we don't put a big sculpture in the middle of the green space in the center of the roundabout. So those are things that we can do. But again, this is a conceptual plan. We don't have funding planned for these projects, but I will continue to look for funding opportunities so that we can get these funded sooner rather than later so that we can get these areas improved. So some of the comments we received, we went through this last time, but I'll highlight that again. The owner of Price Chopper came to the public meeting. He was concerned that the Splinter Island on the south side of this intersection was going to impact people coming into the entrance of Price Chopper. We shortened that up so that everybody can have full access to that entry now. There was some concerns about the splinter island at the ramps of 169. There's a reason why we continued having that continue through the intersection. If we were to open that up, it would short circuit. A lot of people would short circuit that, and it would reduce the effectiveness of the roundabout since that ramp is so close to the roundabout. So based on the recommendations of the traffic engineers, we decided to keep that in place. In the future, if we decide that maybe we do something more temporary to block that area and just see how it goes, we could always do that. But again, right now, tonight, we want to approve the concept plan so that moving forward, we have this as a planning tool. So the other intersection is at 223rd and Victory. Again, this is another roundabout so that we can effectively get traffic moving through this intersection. There is a couple of intersections in between these two roundabouts. We don't know what those are going to be. I think it's all going to depend on what happens just north of there, depending on what the development needs are, where the service roads are going to end up being. There might be a couple of signals at that intersection, at those two key intersections. So as those development applications come in, we will review that as staff. We'll engage our traffic engineers. There will likely need to be a traffic report that will be done to study what the best intersection types are for those two intersections. So with that, I am available if you guys have any questions. We recommend the adoption of this master plan so that we can use this as a planning tool moving forward.
Two things. Were there okay, is that just, are these sidewalks on the side or no?
Yes, so graphically, we wanted to show that sidewalks could exist.
Okay.
Along the east side of Victory as well as the west side of Webster. I am a future item that you're going to be hearing from me.
Discussion item.
I got another discussion item for you guys. I'm not done with you yet. We are going to be constructing a loop trail on the inside portion of that area. We just wanted to show there's going to be sidewalk on both sides.
Okay, and then what about that house on the one that's over? I know, I think it was brought up. I didn't bring it up. Somebody else did, but the driveway there.
Yeah, so
What are you gonna do on that one?
So worked with our traffic engineers to figure out exactly how we could still give access to the property owner there in the corner, in the northeast corner of Victory and 223rd Street so that they can continue to have access to their driveway. I believe the garage is on that side of 223rd Street. And, you know, they have the ability to have a driveway that is offset from the intersection so that it is outside the influence of the roundabout. So they can safely enter and exit their property.
There'll definitely be something to, once we get to that point, it's gonna be a big thing we gotta figure out.
Yeah, and those are details that we can work with as we start to design this, kind of like working with the Farm Bureau to make sure that we have the right curbs in there. We can adjust this if we needed to, one way or the other, based on some of that feedback. But, you know, the traffic engineer spent a lot of time, particularly at this intersection, to make sure that this is the least impact on that resident.
And has the resident had an opportunity to voice their feedback?
I believe they were at the public meeting, or at least the relatives of them were at the public meeting. So I interacted with them. They didn't have any major concerns with it. They're still able to use that, the driveway on the south side there.
I think everything was handled right with this. I was at the public meeting. I saw, you know, I actually got to talk to some of the public too. And I just think we went about it the right way. So good job.
Thank you.
I got two questions for you. So I know this is just a drawing and not a representation, but looking at the picture, I can't not see it. But are the sidewalks on the south side of that Webster Street, are they going to be narrower than the north side? Or is that just a picture and it's just not the scale?
So typically with our complete street design, we'll have trails on one side and sidewalks on the other. So what you're seeing is where a sidewalk could go. We're going to focus most of our efforts on having the trail around the north side of 223rd Street. If the city council would like to have trail on both sides, we could definitely do that if that's something that the community would like. And again, there's still some areas in there that still need to be developed. So right now we just have that depicted as trail on one side, sidewalk on the other, to follow our Complete Streets program that we've established.
Okay. And then my other question on Victory, I know Chad had talked about it last meeting. Could we do some notches in there for crosswalks? We don't have to put the lines in. We can just put the notches so that way we're doing it one time and we're not having to come back and break it up to put crosswalks there.
You're talking about the south side on Victory?
Yeah, I'm talking about all.
Yeah, the three that don't have any,
Yeah, we can definitely look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not something that's going to impact the footprint of what we're looking at. And I think that, you know, as some of this area starts to grow and develop, then yeah, there will be a need.
Yeah, it just makes sense to do it now rather than go back and destroy all that work and cause more traffic.
Yeah.
yeah, both those corners are C2, so eventually we'd hopefully have some things you could walk to back and forth, so.
Well, and with this, we do have a little bit of flexibility with the plan to make these modifications as we start to move forward. It's not set in stone, but it's a good guide.
It's a good concept. And I think the biggest thing is what I've heard from landowners and developers that I've talked to in this area is we just don't know what you guys are planning or what we're planning to do. So it made them uncomfortable to move forward with anything. So now if we have at least this concept of this is what we're going to do eventually, this is kind of exactly what it's going to look, not exactly what it's going to look like, but it's, you know, 90% there. It gives them an idea of how traffic is going to flow and where they want to go. And I know Blackhawk's got a couple of openings over there that had, you know, people have had concerns with traffic flow. So now that we kind of know how it's going to work, when it is improved, that's going to be a big help for getting those properties developed. So I think it's good to have an idea of what we want to do. And I'm for this. I think it's good. I like roundabouts. It's funny. I was talking to my kids about it because they only know the one stoplight we have and the roundabout. They didn't drive before then, and for them, roundabouts are we like the roundabout better than stoplight, which and the other way around. But I grew up with stoplights, not roundabouts. So I think all of us kind of have a predetermined notion on what we like. So that's why it's funny to hear that all the people that were opposed to the 199th Street one are now like, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be okay.
I'm getting used to
I
it.
grew up with rotaries, not roundabouts.
Yeah, the Northeast. That's got the weird ones out there. All right, yeah, no, I think this is good. I'm glad to see it starting to come to fruition, and now we can figure out. Now, do we have any kind of roundabout number what something like this cost? Give us an idea of how quickly this could happen
Depends
or
on
not
what-
happen.
It depends. A lot of things depend. I'm anticipating that it's going to be about $2 to $3 million per roundabout.
Okay.
Just based on my general feel for what these are going to cost.
Yeah.
But then you're gonna look for grants.
Oh, I'm looking all
Oh
over
yeah.
the place.
Yeah, you've done pretty good on that.
So, well, this one in particular, Victory Road was one that we had included in the SS4A implementation grant. So after we adopted our SS4A Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, we then went right into applying for an implementation grant. That was $11 million to fund several projects, including South Street Sidewalk, a couple of roundabouts, a couple of segments along intersections along 169. Victory Road was one of the projects in that grant application. Unfortunately, we did not get funded for that. We did not get it approved. I will be asking for a debrief so that I can find out how we can do things better, and they'll have another opportunity here in a few months for us to apply for another round of implementation grant. And I'm going to be applying for anything that I can.
Well, and although I know Miami County doesn't have a CARS program like Johnson County does, this is probably one of their biggest sections of retail/sales tax that they get. And with that sales tax that passed last year, year or so ago, that is some funding that we could probably even go after too for something like this.
How much is that? I forgot.
It's every 5 years. It's a certain dollar amount. Anybody know off the top of their head?
It's like
Rhonda?
200 or 400.
It's like 500.
500.
500 every 5 years.
$500 per year.
200.
Report back.
500 would be better.
Yeah.
Do I hear $500,000?
I go with 500.
2, 5.
750. Give me 750. 500 over 5 years, right? That's what, okay, that's what I thought. But I know there's some other money out there too that we could possibly get. So, yeah, as we attack this now, I'm assuming these can be siloed where we're like, hey, we're only gonna do the Webster one for now, and then Victory's not nearly as probably as busy as the Webster and Harrison, so, I'd even say if there's funding out there, even tackling that one first would be nice.
Yeah, so the reason we had Victory on there first was we actually did have some significant accidents at their end. The benefit cost analysis was a little bit higher for this intersection. So that's part of the reason why Victory rose to the top of the priority list.
It's because people are flying it from the east side.
We do, I believe, currently have $250,000 from the previous sales tax from Miami County. And once the new sales tax goes in, is that 27? I believe it's 27 that the new sales tax goes in, then we would have that opportunity to grab the 500,000 too. So potentially 750,000 we could receive from Miami County sales tax.
Well, what's nice is that we're doing this tonight, and next week is the city-county meeting that I'll go to, so we'll be able to present this as something that we're talking about, and I know everybody up there is pretty excited about us improving 223rd, so we'll kind of see where things go from there.
Well, and we will be applying for build planning grant for 223rd Street from basically highway to highway. It's going to be from Columbia Street, which is west of 169, a 9-mile segment to Highway 69. So we will be applying for that next month. So I'll be asking everybody for letters of support.
And that's with Miami County, right?
That is with
Yeah,
Miami
we're doing
County,
that
where it's a 50-50 partnership with them. We entered into an interlocal agreement to help with the local match.
Which the feedback I got, they were very happy with how you worked with them, so thank you. That makes a big difference if we can be on the good foot with the counties. I know we're on pretty good foot with Johnson County, so if we can be there with Miami, it's even better if we have both counties on our side.
It's been great working with their staff.
Yeah, I know it went pretty well, so thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Look for a motion here.
I move to adopt the 223rd Street Webster / Harrison and Victory intersection concept plan.
Second. I'll let
2
him
seconds.
Have it. You can have it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0-0. Is that your first one? No.
He did
No,
He's
it's
had-
the second one.
earlier.
He gave it up.
Yeah.
Should have kept
My
it.
mouse is dead.
All right, now we get into discussion items, and she's still not moving.
I
so
haven't
I guess
moved.
she's gonna.
This is my last
continue.
one, I promise.
All right, pre-qualified engineers for 223rd Street Loop Trail Design.
Okay, so the last item was on 223rd Street, so I thought it would be appropriate to talk about 223rd Street for this item. The city received a carbon elimination grant from KDOT last year to make improvements to and install that loop trail along it would be the east side of Webster, the north side of 223rd Street, and the west side of Victory. So that triangular piece, we would be putting a loop trail on the inside of that. That grant application also includes the installation of some RRFBs, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons for crosswalks, so that we can have strategically placed crosswalks along these areas as well. The total cost of the project is about $1.7 million, and we were going to get $1 million from KDOT to help support that. The city is responsible for the local match associated with the project, and we are also responsible for any of the engineering costs. So to hire a consultant, we estimate that it's going to be about $200,000 to hire a consultant to do survey, the design, the utility relocation, the property acquisition, all the great things that go into putting the bid documents together so that we can take this out for a contractor bid. So we've got, the funding is available to us for fiscal year 2027, which means we're planning on putting this out to bid in October of this year. So, as I had previously mentioned, we went through this whole on-call engineering process. So back in fall of 2024, right after I started with the city, I knew that there was a need for us to hire specialists. You know, we've got an engineer on staff, now we've got a construction inspector, we're gonna continue to hire great staff members, but we can only do so much. We need to hire specialists so that we can have structural engineers review retaining walls, we can have electrical engineers do some of the electrical work. Depending on what the specialty is, we would have them on call. So the city released a request for qualifications for on-call engineering and architectural services in the fall of 2024. We received proposals from 40 consulting firms. One of them came in 7 minutes late, so we had to disqualify them. So staff reviewed 39 proposals. Was really upset that it wasn't an even number. But so we reviewed 39 proposals, the selection committee reviewed them, and we decided to move forward with contracting with 19 firms. Those 19 firms cover 11 different specialty areas: traffic engineers, survey, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, architects, landscape architects. The list goes on of all the specialty services that we would ever need at any moment's notice. And we did this specifically. This was something that I did whenever I was at the city of Parkville, just because, again, we had limited staff. We wanted to make sure that we could pick up the phone at a moment's notice and contact a surveyor if we needed survey for a sidewalk area. And we can easily get them under contract, and it would just be a task order. So this helps with staff efficiencies to get us moving on projects quicker so that we can get them in front of you. I've been trying to do, regardless of the dollar amount, still coming before you with all the task orders. That's why you see me a lot, because we have a lot going on. So just to give you some idea of how we've utilized this on-call over the last year that we've had it. We've hired Terracon consultants. They're a geotechnical firm. They also provide the environmental reports. So whenever we go to purchase a piece of property like the wastewater treatment plant, we wanted to make sure that we were being responsible and do an environmental evaluation on the property to make sure we knew what we were getting into, that there wasn't some nastiness underground. We've had a couple other opportunities where we've done environmental phase 1 and phase 2 on several different properties around. Terracon they've provided us with the best price. They are they're very quick with their response, and they turn that around fairly quickly. We've engaged Call Valley like we did tonight with construction materials testing. They're familiar with our staff. They're familiar with our testing frequency. They know what's going on in our community. George Butler Associates has done a fantastic job with supporting community development. While we've had the transition, before Mike came on board, we needed help with building inspections, building permit reviews, all of those things. And they work as an extension of our staff and have helped us out tremendously. HDR has helped the city with grant support on some of the 223rd Street build grants and the SS4A implementation grants. I've got a lot of experience, but grant writing is one of those things that I don't have the knack for. So hiring them to provide all the graphics and all the keywords, and we can work together, again, as an extension of staff. And Merge Midwest, Janelle has been a great value to us, helping out with the traffic committee and being our on-call traffic engineer as a sounding board, so that, making sure that if we need a traffic study or anything like that, she's been great to just be able to pick up the phone and call her whenever we've got any traffic related questions. So moving forward, we've got several projects, and I started off with 223rd Street Loop project because that's our immediate need. We've got several projects that are kind of in that sweet spot of, I would like to refer to them as like a middle level project. It's not small, it's not within my authority. I can't sign a task order, but I would like to help expedite getting some of these engineers on board so that they can help us out. We've already gone through the pre-qualification process of getting the 39 proposals, reviewing them, determining who was the most qualified for the different specialties and such, but utilizing that list of engineers and architects each time that we have some of these mid-level projects that come up so that we can get a proposal in hand, a scope and fee, so that we can evaluate that. So one of my recommendations is to put together a small proposal request to 5 of the firms listed on our on-call and give them the opportunity to respond with a thoughtful scope and fee, include some resumes, maybe some project experience, but focus more on the needs of the project. And then from that, staff can evaluate those 5 submittals and then try to engage in a task order for those projects. So the alternative is a little bit more timely. It's going to take a little bit more staff time for us to put together a more thoughtful, more detailed request for qualifications. We would release that out to the public market. We may end up with 39 proposals. That's going to take staff time to review those. That might include a lot of engineers and architects that we've never worked with before, that aren't familiar with the needs of our community, with staff and how we operate. Like to cut through some of that, those unknowns, so that we can move forward and get some of these engineers under contract sooner so that we can start working on the projects and we can start seeing construction happen sooner. So that would be my proposal, is to use the on-call engineers and architects list as a pre-qualified list of professionals so that we can get proposals from, let's say, 5 firms or whatever number you guys would feel comfortable with. I can send it out to all 19 and they can respond back to me. I just feel like this would be a little bit quicker. We could shave off about a month's worth of work and some additional staff time to go through and review tons of proposals and put together a detailed scope.
So to clarify, it sounds like, are you wanting us to set kind of a dollar amount that we'd say, hey, under this amount, let's do the RFQ, a smaller RFQ within the pre-authorized or the on-call firms that we have, rather than take it out to full RFQ that's going to take us an extra 4 to 6 weeks so that we can get some of these smaller projects moving quicker?
That's exactly what I'm looking for, is what would you guys feel comfortable with? This project for the Loop Trail, as I mentioned, it's $200,000. I think this one is a good one for us to utilize the on-call as a pre-qual. There are other projects like, I'm trying to think, City Lake Dam was another good one that was about $300,000 due to us trying to fit the needs of getting the improvements designed and under construction sooner for insurance purposes, to get improvements done to the City Lake Dam. We came before you with a request to direct award that to Lamprey and Earson. We've done that on other projects right around that $300,000 mark, and that would be my recommendation, is to somewhere right around that mark. We would still come before you before we would sign any task orders or do anything like that. This is just an effort to save that 6 weeks that it would take for us to go through the full process.
Do you already have a process in place for this, or a policy? I mean, are we doing any changes by what we're currently doing it, or are you trying to establish something here tonight? I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the current procedure with it?
There's not a written down policy. We do have a procurement policy
Right.
that, we've got, and that's got staff authority
Sure.
levels and such. After the discussion tonight,
Sure.
we can come before you. I can work with Rhonda to maybe come up with some wording that we can supplement that purchasing policy, so that we have some guidelines, so that we have that target. Specifically, the new thing is we've got the on-call list. How are we going to utilize that? How can we move forward with projects more quickly so that we can get results?
I would have that spelled out.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, I think that's the way to go.
But, yeah, when I look at this, I seem, in my mind, I don't know what you guys think, but I don't think we should treat a $100,000 project the same as we do a $10 million project.
Right.
So maybe that's what this is that we're maybe setting up a 0 to 500 policy.
Process.
A process, 500 to million, and then million up. I don't know what that looks like, but that's kind of where my mind goes with this, because if we can save time on smaller projects, but not also not lose that competitive bid process,
Right.
there seems to be a happy medium there that we might be able to find. I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are.
Well,
How often
one
do we?
thing, oh, I'm sorry.
How often do we revise our on-call list?
It's every 3 years, so they're under a 3-year contract right now, and the way that our on-call list works is they are able to update their billing rates as they have, staff salary increases, that kind of thing. So they have the ability to update their billing rates every year during that 3-year period. So we will take this back out in fall of 2027, so that we can, again, go through that same process. One thing I'd like to point out with engineers and architects, they do have a qualifications-based selection process. It's really, you get what you pay for whenever you hire an engineering firm, when you hire an architectural firm. Having the specialists like we've got on our on-calls is really helpful because you get exactly what you need, and you can get it more quickly and sometimes cheaper than if you've got a jack of all trades engineer that might be spinning their wheels, that may not always do traffic studies, and they're trying to figure out a traffic model when Janelle's out there doing traffic models every day and knows exactly what to look for.
I'm not opposed to reviewing this process and looking for a way to make it easier for you guys. We know that the workload is always dialed up pretty significantly, especially with so many different irons in the fire. My only concern with this is while a $200,000 project doesn't sound like a lot, especially to some of our larger on-call firms, that's a drop in the bucket for them on a lot of their yearly budget and yearly projects. I do like the idea of the city providing opportunities for people branching out on their own. For, you said Janelle, if she decides to open her own firm and can't operate at the same level as Lamprey Nearson and all those other firms, she's going to have the opportunity to say, you know what, I've decided to go out on my own, and I want to bid for the city too. So I want to make sure that we're real careful going through this process to not cut out those people that can potentially be people that we've worked a long time with that are deciding to go out on their own.
And funny you mentioned Janelle. She used to work at GBA. She did go out on her own, so she is a woman-owned business. Believe they have 3 employees, and they are all fantastic traffic engineers. We've got other people that are, and we tried to have a really good diverse mix of people on our on-call list that were, smaller firms that had, the capabilities to do some of the work. We have water resources engineers. It's another smaller firm. A gentleman from Black and Beach opened up his own firm, and he's a specialist in water resources, and he's currently working with us on the Legacy Lake Dam. So we do try to, have that diversity within our on-calls to get some of those specialists, and that comes through with the resumes and their project experience. And that was one thing I really liked about the water resources proposal whenever they submitted it. They had projects from Mission Hills on sidewalks, storm drains, those kinds of things. So as I was reading through their proposals, I was dreaming and scheming about all of the great things that we can do in our community that he has already done in smaller communities just like ours.
But she would have to wait 3 years.
Janelle's already on our on-call.
I know, but I'm just
But
saying, like,
theoretically,
if you
yeah.
had somebody come in, that, they'd have to wait 3 years. They were.
Which I don't personally have a problem with that. I think as long as we're really doing it every 3 years, or if we decide it's 2 or whatever it is, but I think that's the cost of doing business too. Is okay, well, if I know I'm going to branch out and I know there's certain cities I work with or projects I do, I'm going to try to make sure I do it at the right time. So as long as we're constantly updating that or renewing it, that's where I'm okay with it probably.
Like every 3 years, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like at least every 3 years. I would venture to say, I know it's probably a lot of work, so doing it more often than that's probably tough if you're going to keep getting 40, 50 applicants for, on-call list. But, that I would think at least 3 years would be probably the bare minimum of how every renewal.
I would also like to mention that it seems like as we've got more projects, the staffing is always going to be a conversation that we're going to have. So if it's getting to the point where the workload's justifying another position, those are conversations that we need to have also, because sometimes we can save ourselves money by not doing all of that extra work.
It's funny you say that. We do have a couple of staff positions in the engineering department. We've got one out right now, and we're hopefully going to have that justification to hire another one.
Put it in perspective, we have 19 on-call firms. I don't have the exact number, but it's probably around 10 to 12 that we have engaged right now in various projects. We have just enough projects that one or two firms would not be able to do this, so we are definitely working with a lot of different firms.
Well, and I've always been a fan of third-party firms on call, only because when you talk about the specialties we have to deal with, we're never gonna hire somebody that has all those specialties. Or you're gonna pay them out the wazoo. So for me, I like having a specialty here that we can go after, or five, like, hey, five, I know these five are good, or I'll put it out to all 19, and then whoever gets back with me, I know who's good or who's not. So that's the only reason I always venture to say, until we really have like just the day-to-day business that we need the person, I would prefer to still go out third party as much as we need to, with Allison's group kind of monitoring all of it. But that's my forethought on it. But I know we're getting to the point where we're going to have more people here, and then we'll probably see a little bit of a lull in how much we have to use on call, and then we'll get busier again, and then we'll start, and then we'll just keep growing and growing.
I wish this on-call had lightened my load. I still am managing all of the
Yeah.
projects and doing it. It's like herding cats.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure that the consultants are, managing their time wisely, getting us the milestone documents that we're asking for, making sure that the projects continue to run. So that's what staff does. Is we're not just sending this out and putting it on cruise control. We're actively engaged in reviewing and managing the projects and having progress meetings and everything like that.
What's nice is if we are reviewing it every 2 or 3 years, and we have people that are a problem or firms that are a problem, we can offload them and bring on different ones. So that's why I like the fact that we give them a little bit of time to kind of establish themselves, and then we can kind of move on, or keep them in there. So I would think so. Like in my world, we had standards for loans from 0 to 500,000, and loans from 500 to 2 million, and then 2 million and up were kind of, you had to do 100% of the underwriting compared to more limited. So in my mind, this works kind of the same way, where it's, for me, 0 to 500, 0 to 300, 250, whatever we decide. But in that, I think we can stay within our group, and then we get above that dollar amount, I think we need to go full RFQ. And there may be smaller projects where we say, hey, we actually need to go. And I think even in this process, we could come back and say, actually, on this one, we don't want to stay within and we want to push it out. But I think for a lot of stuff that, especially us that want to see things get done, to use the on-call that we've got, I feel comfortable with that process at this point. So my hope would be that we could figure out a dollar amount that we're all comfortable with, to say we can bypass the long route and go the little bit more streamlined route, and do that. But are you kicking Mike over there? Just kidding. But yeah, so yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I don't know if you guys want to, I don't know if you need a consensus for what you need to go back and look at, or.
I can come up with a proposal and present it to you guys, and then we can look at adopting a revision to the purchasing policy based on that. So,
Does anybody have a idea in their head of what a dollar amount would be that?
I'd personally like to see Allison's recommendations on this based on the
All right, cool.
the amount that she deals with.
Yeah. No, I think
well, that's what I've been doing so far. You asked if I had a policy. It's all up here.
Yeah.
But no, it's one of those that I'll know it when I see it. City Lake Dam was a small enough project. It made sense to go ahead. And Lamprey Anderson had done the inspection. They had done a lot of the legwork, the preliminary concepts. So it made sense to direct award that project. The next project we're going to have is the East Streamway Trail. That's going to be a relatively small engineering fee. That's another one that would fit under this pre-qualification program. Like to also note that Overland Park has a pre-qualification program. They utilize that on all of their projects, regardless of the dollar amount. So the multi-million-dollar College in Metcalf project, you had to have been on their pre-qualified list. They shortlist it down to 5 firms, and they give you the opportunity to submit a proposal and a fee. So it's very similar to what Overland Park's done, but I do like the idea of setting that dollar threshold, because I really want to give competitiveness out for the larger projects, because we'll have the railway project that will be a collaboration with us, Fort Scott, and Fontana. There's going to be rail engineers that aren't on our on-call right now that would be a great consultant to work on that project. And that's going to be a $1.5 million project for a design fee. So we definitely want to make sure that we give those opportunities. But again, I like this sliding scale. so that we have that written down, so that we have some guidance.
Well, and it comes into like the dam one, I think we were on a timeline anyway, right? Cause we were kind of out of compliance, so
Yeah.
if we had to, we were gonna have to bypass our normal process anyway, so if we can make it to that, some of these ones that are a little bit smaller that we can streamline through.
Yeah.
And you said something earlier and I didn't quite understand. You said it's not necessarily, we can't choose by pricing, we have to choose by qualifications, or how does that work?
So, like the state of Missouri, they have what's called QBS, which is qualifications-based selection. You cannot take price into consideration whenever you're hiring an engineer or an architect. Kansas is a little bit more flexible than Missouri is on that. What I've done in the past on some projects is have the engineers or the architects submit a proposal, and then they submit a separate sealed envelope with their fee inside, so that you still evaluate the proposal based on its merits, based on the qualifications, but you also have that submitted bid, so to speak, of what that competitive price is, but you're not making the decision based solely on the price. We did that for Northwest Sewer, was one that we sent out, same thing, pre-qualified them, sent it out to 5 engineering firms, 3 firms responded with proposals and fees. We did look at their proposals, we did look at their fees, and we reviewed both of those, but it wasn't, we didn't select the engineering firm based off of their fee alone. We selected them off of their proposals, their qualifications, are they a good fit? And then it just so happens that they happen to also be the low bid. So sometimes things work out that way. Again, staff likes to have that flexibility so that we can make sure that we're getting what we pay for, getting that quality in the services that we're asking for.
I feel like over my years, the most qualified tend to know what the pricing should be, and it's not usually super outlandish, but I'd be terrified if we didn't have a choice in that based off pricing. 'Cause
Well, and when we
if they
went
jack it
for,
up, there's nothing you can do about it if you can't use that as a qualification.
when we went out for consultants for the SS4A, Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, we took that out. I believe it was a public bid, but we specifically said, we have a budget of $150,000. What can you do for us? And we had them spell out the scope. I could do this on this project and say, we have a budget of $200,000. What is your proposed scope? And then we could hire them based off of the scope. So there's a lot of different ways that we can handle this. And I kind of want to build that flexibility into that pre-qualification program because, again, I'll know it when I see it. Doing this for as long as I've been doing it, I'm not going to say how many years, but doing it on both sides, both public and private, I'll know it when I see it.
I think PJ's right. Come back with a proposal or what you think, and then we'll kind of go from there. But I'm for trying to figure out how to make things a little bit more streamlined, and so that we're not jumping back and forth. Are we going to overturn this one and not this one? And it just gives us a little bit more of a clear path to get to where we need to be on certain projects.
Great. Well, so this is the next project, and for us to bid that, take it out for a bid in October. I'd like to go ahead and move forward with the $200,000, solicit the pre-qualification, if you're okay with me moving forward on that so that we can, approve that task order at the same time as we approve the new purchasing policy. If you guys are okay with that.
I think based on the scope of the project, I think it's appropriate at this point.
I think it's probably fine, especially since we need to get this one moving.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it enough, and I think that's within the budget that we kind of anticipated. So
Okay.
I don't love going out saying this is our budget for this project, because then I feel like we're always going to hit that ceiling. But I think sometimes it's going to be needed. So
Yeah. Again, I don't know exactly how.
you
I'm
know
gonna
more
tackle
what
this one.
200,000 is going to get us than what I know. You know.
Yeah.
They'll come back and be right at it. I'm like, see, I told you.
I honestly would love to hit the budget if I could.
$199.99.
Yep, exactly. So, okay, well, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Jacob's taking over the rest of the night. We got the 2026 street maintenance project discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm
Here tonight so that Mrs. Abel will have a chance to sit down and catch her breath. Yeah. So I wanted to just talk with you a little bit about the street maintenance project, get a little feedback as we work toward bidding this out. And I apologize, this presentation is not in the form that I wanted in, thanks to the earlier mentioned Microsoft glitch today, but I will get through this. So what we have on our, from year to year, let me back up and Rhonda can jump in here if I misstate anything, but it was 3 years ago that the city had issued bonds for street maintenance projects. And I think that was a time where the number of roads, just the sheer magnitude of work, there were so many roads that needed so much attention that bonding that was really the only real viable way to gain the ground that needed to be gained in the time that it needed. Since then, we've been, we bring in money every year from the state fuel tax, but we only bring in about $260,000 a year from that. $260,000 a year will not get us very far when it comes to road maintenance. So what we've been doing through the last few years is we're using each year's fuel tax, and then we've been using up all of that bond money, and then also using some reserves. So I want to talk to you a little bit about our long-range strategy, because that will help staff know how to scope these projects. What should we plan for in terms of quantities? So, no time like the present. So, one of the things that we looked at for this year, there were 5 subdivisions whose roads are in need of resurfacing sooner rather than later. And when I talk about resurfacing, the goal in that is to catch these roads before they get really bad. When most people would think, oh, there's nothing wrong, that road's still smooth, I don't notice any problems. And that's how we want it. If you get and look closely, you can begin to see signs of deterioration. And if you catch the roads then and resurface them and eliminate the possibility for water to infiltrate the pavement and the subgrade, then you can prolong the life of that pavement. And those resurfacing methods are much more cost affordable than full reconstruction, which if you wait too long, that's what you're facing. So we tried it last year for the first time. There's a process. The acronym is UBAS. It stands for Ultra Thin Bonded Asphaltic Surface. It's just a really, really thin overlay, and it is affordable, but it's a much more resident-friendly process as opposed to chip seal. And we've talked about, we all know some of the challenges with chip seal and what that's like. So what we're looking to do with the UBAS is get something that looks and functions more like asphalt, but at a price that's actually much closer to the chip seal process. So we looked at these 5 neighborhoods, looked at the streets within those neighborhoods that need resurfacing, asked the engineering firm to go out and make some cost estimates. We put that together. It was right in line with kind of what we've been spending over the last several years. It's about $1 million worth of work, and honestly, at least with today's pricing, that's about the level that I would recommend we need to be at in order to keep pace, to keep up with what needs to be done and not fall behind again. So we looked at those 5 neighborhoods, but also as we drive around, I can't help, and some of the council have brought it up, community members have brought it up, and at staff level, we definitely see it. Webster Street from South Street down to Victory. It's a concrete street. not an asphalt street, that is showing fairly significant deterioration right along the joint lines. And I won't get into all the details, but the pavement itself and the subgrade still seems to be very, very sound, but it's along those joint lines that is really problematic. So we've come up with, I think, a good method to not have to rebuild that. One of the problems with concrete streets is they last a long time, but it's kind of all or nothing. There's not really a resurfacing treatment that's all that effective for them. What we can do with that is mill on the edge down a couple of inches, and then bring that over about a 6-foot period. That would taper out to nothing, and it would create that 2-inch milling would create a lug that we could do a 2-inch asphalt overlay on top of that concrete. Take advantage of the good base that's there, but get a good asphalt surface that would help in the short term. The other benefit to that is going forward, it's an asphalt street, and all of those resurfacing methods that we use on our other streets would be a viable option for this portion of Webster also. One of the problems, though, is, okay, now we've identified $1.2, $1.3 million worth of work. So one of the things so this is a street resurfacing. This is one of the streets. I believe this is in the Sweetwater subdivision. You can see the crack sealing has been done. It's not in horrible shape, not in great shape, but so doing that resurfacing in all of those subdivisions, those 5 that I had outlined, is just over $1 million. That's to do a few base repairs where it is necessary to go down deeper and do those base repairs. It's doing that. It's doing the paving, any striping that's necessary, and there's a little bit of contingency in that number as well. Here's the picture of South Webster. And again, it's the method that I just outlined, about a little over $230,000 for the paving. Striping is fairly significant there with the continuous left turn lane and other pavement markings that adds to that as well. So I just wanted to talk through this concept and both short term for this year, get a sense of where you want it to be, but also long term, how much work, what do we want to include scope wise and therefore dollar amount wise in our annual street resurfacing project. And then at the staff level, myself, Rhonda, we can sit down and try to figure out and come back to you with ways to make that happen. But right now, anything over about $250,000, $260,000 is going to require some subsidy. Whether that, we can, as we do, we will reach out to our partners with both Miami County and Johnson County, and there's some assistance that we can get for some projects, grant opportunities and other cost sharing opportunities. But where do we want to be? Do we want to just utilize that motor vehicle gasoline tax and any other grants or funding participations, or do we want to try to build into the budget additional dollars into our operating budget to keep up with these annual maintenance operations? So generally, that's the topic that I wanted to bring up, get you thinking about, answer any questions that I can.
So off the top of it, if you're talking about using bond money right now, eventually that bond money is going to be gone, right?
It's gone.
We've used it all. So at what point are we going to be at a point where you're going to have to go back to the way business had been handled prior to us all being here?
So it's not just coincidental that I'm bringing this up now. So there is the current balance in what we call our consolidated highway fund. It's the fund that gasoline tax money goes into. There is currently $1,329,000, about 330 million, 1,330,000 in that.
Do it all.
Yeah.
So,
330 million,
Yeah.
do it all.
so essentially, the projects as you're showing them now are going to completely wipe that fund.
That, it would wipe that out, which, and I'm not necessarily recommending that, but it's, yeah, that's where we're at. So that's kind of some of the decisions that we have to make. If we wanted to, we could keep plowing ahead and do all of that this year, and then we're in a really untenable position next year. So I wouldn't recommend taking that down to nothing, but it's time for us to start planning and come up with that long-term strategy, whether that's find a way to fund $1 million a year, or let's scale back and we'll do, $250,000-$260,000 worth per year and get the worst first and make the most of that, or some other combination in there.
Ideally, we'd be fixing everything that needs to be fixed every year as it comes, especially with our tax rates and the way everything is. People expect a certain quality in the roads in Johnson County and Miami County. I think this is kind of one of those things we're kind of back to how we just said with Allison. I would love to hear your input on that, especially working with Rhonda. Paint us a picture, right? Like, here's what it would look like if we're only doing $250,000 to $300,000 a year. Here's what the tax changes or potential budget movement that we have to do. Here's how it impacts the year-end budget. Getting a proposal together like that gives us a worst-case scenario, a best-case scenario, and a couple like in-the-middle options, I think would probably be the best for us to inform any kind of real decision at this point.
I think there's a really good, easy answer.
Yeah, that's where I was going next.
I think on Webster Street, the good news, the silver lining of this is we have about 250,000 with Miami County. That would be a really easy fix for the South Webster portion. We would just have to have the governing body give us direction. We would go down and ask Miami County for those funds for that particular project. And at least this year, it's an easy answer that fixes a big problem that we have. Yeah. Sorry.
They have to approve.
Steal your thunder.
They have to approve that, right? As far as it's not whatever we want, because we kind of ran into that with that initial, where we picked some roads and then we went back to them and they said, oh, we're not going to give you the money for that.
But it's just for improvements, right? Their
Yeah,
issue
but-
is you can't do new.
No,
Right.
it was improvements, but they didn't like where we did the improvements.
Oh.
So they have a little bit of say on,
Yeah.
they can hold that money hostage. That's.
Gotcha.
I don't think this would be a huge issue because it's a main thoroughfare. Their issue is, I think that was neighborhood, so they didn't like that. My question would be, do we take anything out of the normal budget this year for roads for 26?
We have not done that. When we wrap up 2025 and look at budget to actual, and if we have any cash left over from 26, you'll have the opportunity to decide where that money is spent. I think as we look at the 27 budget year, we're gonna have to look hard at budgeting an amount to be spent on streets from the general fund.
Yeah,
So-
did
If we
a similar
can.
thing last year
Yeah.
with the sidewalks funds.
Right.
Is the 260, is that pretty standard every year we've been
Yes.
doing that? So we can kind of say, hey, 260 is what we know we're gonna get. I would venture to say that I would like to see us budget like 500 in, including the 260. And then at the end of the year, we try to find the other 500 and keep it at about $1 million a year. But at the end of the year, we try to find that 500 and what we have left over is kind of would be my thought on that. But whatever you guys.
I would be a little cautious with like committing to looking for those in we've had a really good couple years where the surplus at the end of the year has been awesome, but we also have a lot of other projects that we're wanting to fund too. So I'd be a little bit more hesitant to say, let's look for another $500,000 this year.
Well, that's the only reason I say we just guarantee 500.
Right.
And then it's, if we have it there, then we can look at an additional 500.
Right.
But
We've
had that for 4 or 5 years in a row now. So I feel like the way that Rhonda budgets, we typically have a surplus at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
Purposely, so you can
Yeah.
spend it on projects like this. The other thing is that we have, this past year, we funded your CARS project out of the general fund. Some of that money will come back to us, so we'll have a little bit extra that then could be moved to the next CARS project and some things like that. So I think we have some opportunities. The 1.3 million is highway tax money, gasoline tax money, which is meant to be spent on streets. So spending it down, you'll never hear me say it very often, but spending it down is spending on what it's meant to be spent.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I feel like we've been doing about $1 million a year.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of what we need to spend because that's the only way to get ahead of where we're so far behind.
Right.
Unfortunately, we have these bigger ones like Webster where it's going to cost a little bit more for a shorter period, but
And again, ideally, over the course of the next couple of years, our situation financially changes.
Yeah.
And we generate more revenue off of these different tax funds.
We can have staff come back to the governing body with a number, an estimate of where we think the sweet spot is, to not only maintain what we have, but as we grow, we want to make sure that we keep that, you know, that 500,000 or that $1 million number may go up 50,000 or 100,000 a year for the extra lane miles and things.
when I think we're doing a better job with the developers and people building as far as making those improvements or at least a push there, yeah, as part of the deal. So if we can continue that, I think that helps too. Excise tax, are we still collecting that on new developments?
Yes.
And that's another place I know we've pulled money for roads before. So that's another place we can look at that's kind of, that one changes quite a bit depending on what we have happen, but that's been a big, of our surplus, big portion of our surplus over the years.
There's $2.25 million in your excise tax fund. That is meant to support the neighborhoods that create that excise tax, which is good.
Yeah.
But it is meant for roads and infrastructure. That can be sidewalks and crosswalks and.
So maybe that's more of like where we get some of that, the UBAS area, where it's, cause it's all neighborhood based, and then we have more of the highway tax for the larger roads. Things are a great idea. So, those are just some ideas of, but I think that $1 million number is kind of the sweet spot right now, is where we kind of need to be. So how we get there could be a lot of different ways, but, and right now we have a little bit of a cushion in all those areas. So using that as we figure out over the next couple of years that we have new developments come in, whether it be hopefully some commercial ones that are gonna help offset. And, no, but that, I mean, I think you're on the right track, Jacob. Now, I will say on the UBAS, I remember we talked about it last year, but I don't know if I ever really saw, it's not like a chip and seal, correct?
No, it looks, when it's finished, it's hard to tell the difference between UBAS and a traditional asphalt overlay.
So that was kind of why we went that route.
Yeah, it just, it's a thinner, it's about 3/4 of an inch thick, matte, and not, I won't get into all the technical parts of it, but it acts like asphalt, so it doesn't come loose and kick up with tires, and you see where every vehicle is turned. Doesn't leave the road rash if you wipe out on a skateboard, that kind of thing.
You can ride a skateboard on it. That's
yes.
You can ride a skateboard.
or a scooter.
Some people
That was
can.
a big issue. A scooter was like, oh man, no, because that was, I know one thing that we kind of committed to was like, hey, neighborhoods were not going to do chip seal anymore, if possible at all. So yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I mean, you guys talk among yourselves, but
So UBAS, can you do that 2 layers thick? Or is it like when we go back to reevaluate these areas that are getting UBAS, how is that done compared to traditional?
So yeah, you can. So the first stage of UBAS, they call it a micro texture. So they scuff the surface to get it a rough texture that layer of the UBAS can adhere to. You could go back 10 years later and micro texture the previous UBAS and put UBAS over it again.
Okay.
The same way you can do you can mill asphalt and put another layer of asphalt over it. UBAS works the same way. You're just dealing in thinner layers that just brings the cost down.
Okay.
you know, I like that idea of using that over what we were kind of previously using. So thanks for going that route when that was the feedback you got. So
great.
Other than that, I mean, I think at this point, million's still probably where the number is. I think we have some opportunities for them to get creative with how we fund that, but I don't know any other feedback, or do we have a consensus that that's kind of where we want to go?
Like I said, I just want to make sure that we're being cautious and we're thinking it through and looking at a range of options instead of just saying this is what we need to do and moving forward with it.
That's usually what we do.
Yeah, so as long as we're doing that, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean,
do what we do.
One other thing, excuse me, I should have mentioned, another reason that it's very helpful to staff to, not that it has to be an exact number every year, but have a general idea year over year of where we're going, is we've also tried to shift to a multi-year approach to our street resurfacing. So knowing 2 years ahead of time, which roads we're going to do in 2028, that lets us, we've been using city staff in-house to do some of the base repairs and crack sealing that needs to be done in advance of the resurfacing. And if we know 2 years ahead which streets we're going to be doing, then that lets us 1 year out, we can do the base repairs, crack sealing, and then follow in with the contracts. So if it varies a lot year over year, then it's hard to know how much we can get done year 1, 2, 3, and 4. So coming up with a consistent number also helps us take a more systematic approach.
Makes sense.
yeah, I think if we can agree on kind of a roundabout number, I mean, like this year, if it's 1.3, we're still in that about $1 million of kind of regular. Like Kristen said, I mean, we've been pretty much every year, it's like, hey, this is what we want to do, and we kind of rein it in. So as long as we continue to do that, I don't think it's gonna be a huge issue. I think we have a little bit of a buffer to get us through probably the next couple of years with the excise and the highway tax. So let's continue to use those and maybe start slowly moving it into our operating budget, so it's not like a huge hit the first year of $1 million that we're looking at. But if we're continuously getting 260, that's only going to grow, I would think. And then the rest of it, we'll find ways to find that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Just so you know, that tax was about 230 when in 2022.
I would say it was quite a bit smaller.
And then now it's at 260. So that's, as population grows, it'll continue. And as the number of streets we have, it will also grow.
All right. And last one here is going to be 2026 aquatic center rates.
Yeah, this one will be shorter.
Quick.
I just want to talk, and given, depending on your feedback, we'll come back with a resolution probably at the next meeting for any fee changes necessary. But we have not changed rates at the aquatic center for several years. I think 2023 was the last time we changed rates there. So I think it's time just to keep up. Want to just show you quickly. There's a lot of information here, but our daily visits, just somebody comes to the pool and price of admission for that day, it's currently $6. The vast majority of our visitors, so 17,500 of the folks that came to the pool last year out of about 20,000 total, paid the daily rate. That's the vast majority of our patrons pay the daily rate. We do allow for a reduced rate for groups, 12 or more if they schedule it in advance. The YMCA, the Rec Commission, there's a few others that will do some group outings. We offer a discounted rate for that. It's the same rate for Twilight. Somebody comes in at 6 p.m. or later, they pay a reduced rate. You can see the passes, both an individual pass for a resident versus a non-resident, and a household pass resident versus non-resident. So those are kind of all of the different categories of fees that we have. And I gave you a little bit of information on the sales that, how many people actually pay. Again, 17,000 at the daily rate, 300 resident families with the household pass. So what we're recommending is try to keep this to reasonably round numbers and not get into a bunch of cents that makes it really hard to make change at the front counter. But going from $6 up to $7 on the daily visit, similarly, from $4.50 up to around $5 for the group rate and the Twilight rate. Taking the passes from 65 up to 68 on the individual resident pass, from 85 to 90 for an individual non-resident, 135 to 142 for resident household pass, and from 170 to 178 for a non-resident household pass. On the household passes, maybe worth noting, what we're seeing is it's running around 5 people per household pass on those. So it's that's the average. So those numbers that you see there, 300 household passes for almost 1,500 people, 18 non-resident household passes for 96 people. So they're maxing those out, and which is,
Do we have a
which is
max
great.
number of people?
We do. 6 is the max.
Okay, I was gonna say, I thought we did.
Yeah. So those are the fees that we're recommending changing. Just there's a lot of other fees for group swim lessons, river walk, the cabana rentals, private party rentals, things like that. We're not proposing any changes to those rates this year. The same exclusions, if you will, free admission for 2 and under, 62 and over, those things we're recommending to stay unchanged as well. So happy to answer any questions you have. Would love to get your thoughts to create a fee resolution to bring back to you.
Were you here on the initial, when we did the change a couple of years ago?
I was.
Had you started yet, or was it
I had.
before that?
It was just before.
Because we got a ton of pushback on the non-resident and resident pricing.
Yeah.
From I think whoever was in that position, but so has that become an issue, or is that fairly easy to monitor or manage?
I mean, it's largely, I won't say it's completely the honor system, but if someone says, this is my address,
They have to show
I know
ID,
Olathe, you
don't
have
they?
to show your ID.
No, they don't
Like
have
a
to,
piece
we have them,
Well,
and your name's on the list, and they just check the household list.
Well, I'm talking like for even, I know when we were doing because I think it was online where they could buy them.
Yeah, we
I
don't.
just thought I'm always just giving money.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to do that online, and that's one of the reasons is it is a lot harder
Labor
to check residency, online. But it's part of the reason it's referred to as a household pass, not a family pass. Or I know of situations where it's grandparents or Spring Hill residents, and they get a pass for the grandkids, to use it and things.
Well, I
like
think
that.
that's probably fine. It's-
Right.
No, I just remember that being a huge pushback that didn't want to have that. I think we end up doing it still. I just wanted to see how much of a pain it was, or if it's really, at this point, you guys have been doing it, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, most cities around have switched and gone away from the resident, non-resident distinction. We talked about it 2 years ago with council here. The sentiment was still, we like the idea of giving that break to the residents whose taxes help subsidize the cost of running the pool. So we've left that in there, but I think it's been a few years, and I think it'd be appropriate to raise those rates up a little, but still keeping that separation.
I don't feel like we touched the daily and pass rates nearly as much, but I know as you can tell, the group rates and the party rates, we did a significant change. I know Mark's not here, but have we seen a big decline in the party usage?
It's stayed about the same. Our cabana rentals last year were almost double what they were the year before, and the private party rentals were almost identical.
Okay.
So that 5 per year to rent the entire facility, that's $950 to rent the whole facility out. And for the last, I think, 3 years, it's been 5. I don't know that it's the same 5.
We were taking a
individuals and
significant
groups,
loss in
but,
that before we changed the price. Like, it was costing us money for people to rent it out and have a party, like almost double. So we had to double the price just to cover our cost.
After the staff. and all
Yeah,
that,
because you have to have so many. I mean, you have to fully staff it like you would a normal
Exactly.
day.
Yeah.
Just to make it clear, with all of these rates increased, the pool still is not a profitable venture for the city as a whole. It is subsidized by tax every year.
Very much so, as is every other municipal pool and aquatic center. There is a reason why the commercial water parks are so expensive. it's because they're really expensive to operate. So, you know, every municipal pool and aquatic center, to keep the rates down, they take a loss. And if, honestly, if you can, in this industry, if you can recover a third of your expenses, you're probably, anything over a third is a success.
Do you know where we are?
We're running about 30%.
Oh, so we're not doing terrible then. No, I think these all seem, at least in my opinion, reasonable increases. As long as, you know, we're doing our part. I do like the resident and non-resident rate, because I do think if you don't live here, you should probably pay a little bit more to use our pool. So I'm fine with keeping that as long as it's not a huge issue, but.
I agree.
Yeah, other than that, I think everything else looked fine to me.
I had a question on the household rates. You had like 1,478 people like use that. Do we know how many times they visited the pool?
Yeah, we do. It's interesting. It wasn't. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I looked at them earlier today. The pass holders, we logged about. It was just over 2,100, 2,105.
Okay.
That so of those 1,476 people, we had some combination of them came through the gates 2,100 times. So it's barely more than one visit per pass holder, you know, honestly. So what that tells me is, you know, clearly there are some pass holders who are there regularly, and there are a whole lot of pass holders who buy the pass and never come to the facility at all.
So would it be beneficial to move to a daily pass versus having the household?
I mean, I think for those 300 households, it definitely represents a savings. 4 visits is about the family of 5. If you have 5 folks on that pass, which is our average, 4 visits is your break-even point. Your 5th visit, you're money ahead with the season pass, as opposed to the daily rate. My own personal opinion is it's nice to give people that option, and they can think about how much they may use the facility and make kind of that financial decision on their own of which way is a better way to go.
No, I know I get the family pass, and my sons will go like 3 times, but it's still, my older son goes quite a bit more, but my younger one only goes like 3 times, but it's still worth it because he goes so much that if he was paying the daily or just for his individual, it'd probably end up being more, so. And me to get in to go with him and all that stuff, so. I get that. I get the household pass. I bet you they just don't use it nearly as much probably because, you know. But yeah, I'm fine with keeping it if everybody else is. I'm good with all these. If
all right, thank you.
No other concerns. All right,
thank you.
All right, now that moves us into the executive session number 1. Do we have?
I wouldn't mind a bathroom break.
Yeah, we can build one into that. Do we have, the, oh, you have it on there, okay.
Yeah, thanks to Microsoft Outlook being down, my email didn't come out today.
So we need 20 minutes and then let's add a 5-minute break before that.
20 minutes and a 5-minute break.
Yeah. I've done that plenty of times.
Yeah.
Just get up and sit back.
I move that the city council recess into executive session for 20 minutes with a 5-minute break beforehand to receive advice of council regarding contracts and contract negotiations pursuant to KSA 75-3419B6 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in the city council chambers at 21:35 p.m. No formal action is anticipated following the session. The persons to be in attendance. 21:45. No formal action will be taken or will be anticipated following the session. The persons to be in attendance are the following: Lane Massey, City Administrator; Rhonda Dunn, Financial Director; and Spencer Lau, City Attorney.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Hold on.
Oh.
Did I read it wrong?
No, we gotta add one person, sorry, from Imagine IT. Andrew Loker.
Andrew Loker will also be in attendance.
All right. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
5 minutes. Thank you for that.
All right, let the record reflect that governing body reconvened an open meeting at 9:45 PM. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated, and with that, we will go into our second executive session. PJ?
I move that the city council recess into executive session for 15 minutes to have preliminary discussions about acquisition of real property pursuant to KSA 75-4319B6 of the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting will resume in city council at 10:02 PM. No formal action is anticipated following the session. Persons to be in attendance are the following: Lane Massey, City Administrator; Spencer Lau, City Attorney.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 500. We'll be back. All right. Let the record reflect that the governing body reconvened the open meeting at 10:02 PM. No votes were taken or decisions made during the executive session. The discussion was limited to the subject stated. With that, real quick, I know you thought it was at the end of the meeting. Do you have any announcements, reports that you'd like to bring up?
Surprisingly, no.
I was like, oh man, she might have some. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 500. Thank you, everyone.